Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Beyond All Reason official YouTube stream for Beyond All Reason's very own Nation Wars. Something like the Olympics of Beyond All Reason, I guess, is how I've been thinking about it as we move our way into this game today, where it is bright and early. It's 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning. I can't think of a better way to start my morning than going ahead and casting some of the best from all around the world that are going to be, well, putting it all out on the field here for us to watch. And man, I am excited. It's been a while since I've seen the last Nation Wars. These tournaments have been ramping up in popularity. Obviously, a wonderful event for every community, every individual community around the different parts of the world that enjoy and love Beyond All Reason. It's one of those things about Beyond All Reason that makes it special, is just how global the community is. And now they all get a chance to put their metal where their mouth is, show us exactly what they've got. So I'm very, very excited as we get underway here to present to you Nation Wars, Beyond All Reason Nation Wars. There are going to be a couple of live streams as well. There is going to be, I'll be announcing them as they roll in here. I'm still waiting on a bunch of the links from some of the other folks that are going to be streaming in different languages. So if your preference isn't English and you'd like to listen to this live stream in a different language, you'd like to see it cast from a different perspective, from a different caster in a different language, maybe a language that you speak, because I only speak the one, then there will be other options out there as well. I will, again, like I said, I will announce them as they pop up here, because I don't have the links for them quite yet, but we also are live over on Twitch, Beyond a Reason official .twitch, or twitch.tv, however that works. Anyways, links and all that good stuff as well going to be available. And in fact, I will go ahead and slap those in the, I will slap that link in the description of this live stream. Because this is a YouTube live stream, it does mean that I can do fun things like that, put things in the description and all that good stuff, and I can actually change it midstream. Something that everyone and anyone will always warn you to never go ahead and do. Never do that. Never mess with the settings midstream. That's basically my style. That's like my signature move. If I was a Pokemon, that would be my signature attack. It would be mess with settings. Super effective. You've crippled the stream. That's how I do it. That's how we do it. That's how Beyond All Reason does it. Very excited. Super, super excited for today. Now, we have a wonderful... This is a little bit different. This is a little bit of a different kind of a tournament, so it does mean that there's some interesting things to go over. One of which is that this does not function the same way as, for instance, Fight Night, which is another tournament series that we've covered before. This functions a little bit differently because, well, essentially, rather than being a round-robin sort of a thing, it's basically a bracketed system. So we'll get into all that in just a minute here, but I think we may as well start reviewing our maps. There we go. There's another important note worth noting. A note worth noting. Yes, there we go. You can tell I am still sipping on my caffeine here today. We've got, hold on, reading. Okay. We have 7 maps. 7 maps to choose from. And that means that each of these will be, I believe each of these is a best of 2. So the group stage is a, hold on, 9 best of 1 matches. Ew. Yeah, so 9 best of 1 matches. So every single match today is going to be lightning fast. Well, that's not necessarily true. Every single match today might not be lightning fast, but every single one of these is, going to be only 1 match. So the teams may fight each other multiple times, but for every round on the bracket, there's only going to be 1 match. And you know what? We may as well just go ahead and take a look right here. If we go ahead and switch to, is this gonna work? Nope. Okay, here, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Bam, there we go. All right, wonderful. What we've got here today is the bracket. We have 4 different groups today, so gigantic grouping. 4 gigantic groups. Well, I guess it's not 4 gigantic groups, but it's 4 groups with tons and tons of matches that each of them are going to be playing today. These matches have been seeded based on a whole bunch of things, like the OS value, I believe the Chevron count was included in that as well. There's a whole bunch of different things that contributed to, making this bracket system come together here. But as you can see, we've got Group A, B, C, and D, and each of them are going to be playing in their best of one series here. This might actually be outdated information too. I'm just now realizing. This may well be outdated information. Now that I'm looking at it, because there are scores here, which is not correct. I'm not entirely sure. Oh no, that's their seed. I apologize. That's their seed going into it. That's not their score. Scores will be reported on the right-hand side. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I had a little bit of a panic right there as I was cobbling this together this morning. I'm worried that I might have thrown something in that I wasn't supposed to. But as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of different teams that are going to be competing today, which is awesome. I'm super excited to see some of these teams in action. Some of them featuring players that I recognize, others featuring players that I'm excited to meet and greet and showcase on the front lines for the very first time. We have Sweden, Germany #1, which implies like a Germany #2 or 3, so I'm supposing that some nations will have put together multiple teams. We have a France #1 and Latvia. That makes up all of Group A. So we have Sweden, Germany 1, France 1, and Latvia going to be playing in Group A against each other. Group B is going to be Finland, Germany 2, UK 2, and Greece. Very cool. I didn't know Greece had a team. That's awesome. Moving into Group C, we have Canada, Eastern Europe, the Coalition, the United States #2, and Central Europe Coalition. Nice. Okay, so we've got some hybrid teams forming, which is very cool. One of the things that I was a little bit curious about, because I was warned that this, much like the Olympics, is not actually a it's a matter of choice, not necessarily birthright, who you sign up for and play for in Beyond All Reason Nation Wars. And it turns out that yeah, you can sign up for any of these, right, and you can be a-okay. So we do have some players that are not necessarily from each of these nations going to be playing, subbing into these nations, and it's a good thing, right? It's a compromise, because it means that sometimes, you know, some of these teams that would otherwise have 2 players can actually put together a full roster, and then they can actually compete, and I think that's probably better for everybody. But rounding out Group Stage D, we do have, it looks like, United States #1, UK #1, Netherlands, and France. This is going to be a good stage, as one of these US members. Very, very excited to watch a US versus UK game. That's going to be a lot of fun. Super excited to watch. Wow, we've got some top tier players here too. We've got Rowan, JTL, Zhao, and Bacon Dude going to be representing the US and US Team 1, and then UK, UK 1 is All Pro, and then Praetor. And for those of you that don't know, Praetor is one of the older Beyond All Reason players, very experienced Beyond All Reason player, knows exactly how to do what to do when, and that's going to end up being a very strong team. Yeah, UK 1 is definitely one to keep our eyes on for sure. But alright, there we go. So we have all the teams introduced here, and that does mean, of course, that now we are slowly but surely getting underway. Gekolen Seed Netherlands for the win! Yeah, everybody's getting hype. Get hype. The voice is low. Oh, I apologize. Here, I can tweak that ever so slightly. We'll go in and equalize a little bit higher. Let me know how that is. I'm always happy to make constant little adjustments, just like I was saying earlier. And hopefully, to your enjoyment. Thank you. Beyond All Reason Official, made possible thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. Alrighty. As we wait here, hopefully there will be some matches happening underway here. Oh, well, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we are almost ready to play. Oh, did I mention that, oh, wait. Is Legion going to be turned on? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that spices things up quite a lot. Okay, so I am a avid Legion enjoyer. Going to be very excited to see what that happens. We're going to go ahead and jump into Group D, game number 1, UK number 1 versus Netherlands right here. We're going to be watching this stage right here. And then we will proceed into a round 2 here, US versus UK 1. I think this is going to be a banger of a match, I can already tell you. Based on these teams, this is going to be a really, really good one. Should be very strong. But not to discredit Netherlands, they've got a very strong-looking team as well. As they're going through their bans, it looks like Downs is going to be the first ban here. I'm going to flip on over to my rulebook. The map pool for today, by the way. You know what? Why don't we go ahead and cover it here? Hold on. Let me go to... Okay, this isn't working properly, but that's alright. There we go. Okay. First map of the day is going to be Altered Divide, a very fun little 1v1, 2v2, 3v3 map, and some pretty cool little hills and ridges to fight inside of there, and then some nasty choke points that you can use those all-terrain bots to harass. Looks like the next map is Aurelia, a classic 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 map with 2 land lanes and 1 semi-navy lane. Should be a lot of good fun to watch these commanders figure out how to play. Pardon me. And then looks like next is Delta Siege Dry. Wow. Delta Siege Dry, a pretty classic 1v1 map. I say jokingly, that's a joke. Please accept my joke there, as yeah, Delta Siege Dry is a little bit strange. Kind of an interesting one here for the map picks. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit interesting. I'm curious how that's gonna go, because I feel like we don't see too many. I feel like we only see pro-level Delta Siege Dry games. It's a map that is old and has proven its worth over time, not, you know, by virtue of being the best-looking map or anything like that. It just has lasted and has been fun to play for a good long while. We've also got, looks like the next map is Downs of Destruction. Should be a very fun little, again, semi-navy map, as we've got two of those shallow water lanes connecting this map, and then of course you've got the big water trenches in the middle here. Should be cool to see how commanders can take advantage of that. Frigate's going to be super strong. We're almost underway right here, so we'll wrap this up quite quickly. Otago, the first map pick of the day here for the two teams, UK1 and Netherlands here. Otago, quite a bizarre one. It's got a big old forest in the middle, which can be reclaimed for a lot of energy. Also pretty high metal, which does mean that this should be a lightning quick match. Second to last, we have Sunderance. Pretty classic 1v1, 2v2, 3v3 map. It is a small team map to a T. Again, loads of metal available here, loads of reclaim from the trees, and it's got these weird little hills to fight over. Not to mention, of course, a gigantic metal extractor in the middle, which should be very cool to see. And, of course, rounding out today, one of my favorites. It's Paradise Lost. Yeah. I would be surprised if we get to see a game on Paradise Lost, but I would be thrilled as well. Paradise Lost is a Navy map, and it's one that is often avoided. Yeah, it's very difficult for commanders to justify playing this map, because oftentimes they don't like playing Navy. Yeah, they kind of tend to avoid it. So I'd be thrilled if we get to watch one of these games, but I'll keep my optimisms to a minimum, because the realities are that yeah, this is a rare map that we get to see, but it is included for the Navy enjoyers' benefit here, and I would be yeah, I'd be pretty thrilled to see this game in there. Maybe one day. I know I spoke to the pirate Vanaja himself about playing, and he was very eager to play this map until they yeah, realized that this was actually best of ones, which meant that there was very low chance that they would actually get to play Paradise. Yeah, I think we're all excited to see it at some point, but okay. Enough yapping, enough talking, enough deliberating and enjoying the theory. It's time to jump on into some games. Oh, maybe not. Hello? Oh, there we go. Wonderful. Technical difficulties galore, but we're happy to deal with them, roll with the punches, as it were, as we have these two teams getting underway right here. So, with the comfortable 3-minute delay, I have absolutely no hesitations about discussing strategies. Let's get into already what I see. Looks like the blue and red team have lined up right here, so why don't we meet them? Spawning here as the blue team on the left-hand side, it's going to be Pro Highgain, Pro Praetor, Pro Randy, and it will be Pro Shaman. All of which going to be representing the UK1 team as we get underway here. Spawning on the other side, as the Netherlands. It's going to be, already some cheeky strategies. Reed Sweet, Zeeberg, Mirrored, and Heavy Water. 3 out of the 4 from the DME clan going up against the Pro clan, essentially. Almost a clan battle here between these two, as we already have some cheeky little co-op strategies. Okay. Mirrored and Zebra going for a little bit of eco share here to try and boost out one of these construction towers early on to get a production advantage, because of course grabbing all these mechs is super important, but this is a 0 mech strategy. Wow. Double construction tower, my goodness. Okay. The idea here probably being to give one of these construction towers to the other commander. We have a similar strategy on this northern side here, as Praetor and Highgain are going into the same production here, but we're going to be going for Grave Robbers, which makes a lot of sense. Those Grave Robbers can reclaim a bunch of these trees, give you tons and tons of energy. As you can see, there's a giant forest in the midsection here. All of that, I mean, here, we could get real specific with it. If we select the constructor, then just go ahead and select and drag. You can see 47, about 500,000 energy tied up in the trees in the middle. It's a nearly inexhaustible source of energy if you can manage to contest it and keep Resbots reclaiming it. Another huge reason for Resbots, there are rocks worth reclaiming out on the map here today. Going to mean that you can delay that expansion a little bit. Like, all that metal that was lost here from the early game, from all this not having metal extractors up and running, you sort of kind of regain by sending the Resbots out to reclaim as quick as you can. I wouldn't call it a one-to-one trade, but it's interesting to say for sure. A little bit of tick spam coming out here, as we do have some share command going on. You can see all of these commanders setting their sliders down. Wow. Okay. A ripping start right here, as we do have a co-op lab already started up. It's, it's all build power, as the Orange Commander already goes into that good old-fashioned T2 laboratory. We are, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes and 16 seconds into the game, and these commanders have already gotten basically a T2 lab out. All we have to do is eat up these T1 labs, and that T2 lab is going to come up very quickly. T1 lab still up and running here for the Purple Commander, Pro Randy. I wonder if we're going to be going into T2 on the southern side here as well. For the blue team, we've got loads of T1 units, but we've got a full-blown tech rush coming out right here from the red team. First major engagement of the game here is we do have a whole bunch of these grunts moving out, and right now Zeeberg needs to address. Luckily, we kept the T1 lab around, so we are going to be able to spam out a whole bunch of those pawns to try and defend against the grunt aggression coming across the field here. But this is not light aggression. We do have 10 grunts in total headed forwards right here. If we don't deal with this now, if the T2 laboratory is scouted, things could get real nasty real quick. And Highgain knows this. Highgain smells that something strange is going on. Says, why haven't I seen your units harassing me on the other side of the map here, aside from, a handful of ticks that have been running in and out of the trees, in and throughout the forest here. Something is definitely very off, and oh my goodness, the lightning tank is out already. Before 3:30 even rolls around, the lightning tank will show itself for the very first time. Ooh, maybe not. No, definitely. Yep, there we go. Oh my goodness. A T2 rush in under 3.5 minutes as the first lightning tank hits the field. I do believe we went for a T2 con. Yeah, my goodness, we're getting those T2 metal extractors up and running quick. The pros, boy, do they play fast. Phenomenal aggression right here as well, as we do have one of those constructors going down. Little bit of aggression in the backline with some of these ticks, but it slows it down a lot because it does, of course, cumulatively affect the economy right here of the blue team. Every one of those mexes that is down for any meaningful and reasonable amount of time all of a sudden does mean that you're, forcing less and less metal into the bank right there of your opponent. Lightning tanks, meanwhile, cleaving down the trees. There is a very slight napalm effect when you drive over burning trees. Fun fact of the day, every one of these trees that is burning, you may notice that these units are taking very slight damage here. The reason for that, not actually being attacked by these enemy units, but actually the fact that, yeah, those trees, when they're burning, do a tiny, teensy tiny amount of damage. The more you know. The very more you know. Looks like we do have some more streams coming up and running, by the way. I just got the links posted right here for... there's a UK stream by VDB, as well as a Eastern European stream. It says Karakic. Both links I will be putting in the description of this stream, in case you'd like to check those out as well. And enjoy. What do we do about this? What do we do about lightning tanks in the background? It's so quick right here. There really is there's not a lot you can do. This is sort of a beautiful game-ending play right here. We do have lightning tanks of our own. The purple tanks are out on the field, but already the T1 has gotten so much value. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if the advantage can be re-won. Yeah, this is going to be an extremely close call right here, as the T2 tanks are now rolling out to the front lines here. And there we go. Okay, finally all set up and comfortable. Still working on measuring everything out, making sure everything is working properly. But there we go. I think we are finally comfy. Okay. Current state of the game, Jaguars moving around all over the map. We've got basically one T2 lab pumping out units left, right, and center. We are now moving into bull production as we have those T2 mechs up and online, and we are expanding in multiple directions as well. Heavy water, guarding this choke point right here. Nicely done by the yellow commander. Do we have... Ooh, we don't have nearly any... We actually have no energy production. Nice share right there by the orange commander. Paying attention to the yellow commander's needs right here, but maybe a couple wind turbines. Not a bad idea. Just share... You know, a handful of those wind turbines, just to make sure that you don't have to do that. Ooh, nice D-gun right there. Reed Sweet does manage to save face by D-gunning down the corpse right there of the yellow, or the pink commander, so that the juicy metal doesn't go back to high gain. My goodness, the lightning tanks are out in full force, and despite having lightning tanks on the field first, the blue team actually manages to use them.
Commander
Another
destroyed.
commander down. Bulls rolling out, of course, representing a technology shift that is well worth noting. Those bulls are extremely dangerous, sort of singularly powerful, right? You don't need much more than bulls. Like, bulls are strong enough on their own. They have AoE, they have tons of damage, they have decent range. They're basically perfect on their own. You mix them in with other units and they become essentially unstoppable. But to just put out a bunch of bulls onto the field is perfectly fine, and especially on the frontier, where it's mostly T1, and then, of course, commanders. Yeah, they're going to do tons of work. 47% HP already on high gain, and he's just been scuffling with those bulls for just a second here, as another one rolls its way around the northern side here, blasting apart mexes and LLTs galore. Yeah, this is perfect. Who is the commentator here? Hello, Brightworks. Yes, it's me. And it's nice to see you all. I'm very, very thrilled to see everybody showing out today for the Nation Wars event, because yeah, this is one of the more unique ones, right? You know, it's fun to just play a regular tournament, but it is cool that we've essentially got the Olympics and beyond all reason. I don't know if that's you know, I don't know if that's a common thing in a lot of competitive games or whatever, but it is certainly special and it feels really cool to see. 4 bulls representing a whopping 3,800 metal worth of influence moving out onto the map right here. We have the red bulls and the pink bull moving in unison right here. Red bull's going to split off and take a more defensive posture right here. The pink bull is going to more aggressively move out on the field as a couple of shuriken are revealed. These have been the secret weapon that the blue team has been sitting on here, waiting very patiently to reveal, and now is apparently the time. We have bulls moving in, but we also have Praetor moving in. You know what I wouldn't mind? A little bit of a capture command. Yeah, he goes for it. Look at that. Oh, okay, yeah. Not enough time as the Jaguars do come out and they have the little anti-air missiles, so they can actually take care of those good old-fashioned shuriken here. But I love the thought line, right? Praetor on the same thought here, and that does mean that yeah, we're looking pretty good.
Commander has died.
Green Commander goes down. Those bulls with their immense AoE have a wonderful time killing those commanders. Even when they're cloaked, even when they can't be seen, they'll still snipe the commanders just because they can see so much. Air Force is thrown together right here. This is not likely to go away. Typically, once you throw together that air lab, it pretty much stays in the game for the rest of the game. Very rare to transition out of air once you've already made that switch here. The blue team is reclaiming a lot of this metal. I wonder if we're going to go for Starlights at any point. At this point, both teams are just trying to get as many of these bulls out on the field here as possible. We do have a fusion reactor up and running right here for the blue team. We have none such technology here for the red team, so they are relying entirely on wind. But talk about wind. 30 wind speed right now. You can't even actually produce that much with wind turbines. Fun fact, another fun fact for you. Wind turbines only produce 25 at a maximum. That's just the limit of the technology, I guess, and beyond all reason, is that the wind turbines can only produce 25 metal per second. Commanders are dying left, right, and center. And despite this being a 4v4, where you have a little bit more leeway than, say, a 1v1, you still don't want to lose all those commanders. Bulls here tearing apart these frontline defenses, doing a wonderful job of clearing up space, making it very easy for light spam to move forward after this. Once these LLTs are down, you can transition back into pawns and ticks and grunts, all that sort of stuff, and all of a sudden there's nothing to hold them back. That wave of units just rolls forward, and you've actually got a pretty easy solution to the problem of how to get around the bulls. You simply go around them. Why fight them when you can just go ahead and avoid them? Just like all your life's problems. That's probably bad advice. I wouldn't take my own advice there, yeah. Construction aircraft reclaiming from the front here. The bulls. Oh, they're so tanky. Tank is tanky confirmed, yeah. I know. Big shocker to a lot of you out there, I'm sure. Ruzbots here are going to eat up a bunch of the corpses from the front line as well. Each and every one of these bull corpses is super nice. 570 metal is like 70% of the cost of a bull, so every one of those you reclaim saves you a bunch of money on the back end that you'd have to normally just produce, I guess, in order to actually make another bull. You know what? Enough shuriken are here that they can actually paralyze these tanks. Hey, nice catch. Okay. Makes the defense ever so slightly easier. Fighters threaten forward right here, but not going to be able to catch many more of those. Resbots do go down. They're being streamed forward here. A little bit reckless. Yeah, Pink Commander struggling to control all these units at the same time. You can see Zeeberg holding their own, but neglecting the Resbots ever so slightly. And it does mean that a lot of that reclaim power comes down from the front. As now Shaman, well... you know, putting a commander on the front as reclaim is also a little bit suspect too, though. I think I like the strategy of throwing Resbots out there a little bit more. And I like that comment right there. The Olympics should use bar for esports. I'm totally here for it. If I get to cast it, I would be honored. That would be phenomenal. That'd be super, super cool. This is, I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is the Beyond All Reason Olympics. Welcome to the ring ceremony. Wind turbines coming up. AGO coming up right here. I guess we're prioritizing different things right here. I don't know why you wouldn't just spam out wind turbines about as quickly as you possibly could. The red team going ahead and doing very, very close to that. I mean, yeah, putting up wind turbines still left, right, and center, trying to expand that economy. It does crowd your production a little bit, though, because you need the build power in order to make that happen, and then of course you need the you need the wind turbines. So, yeah, they take up a bunch of space, and that can be a definite issue. The bull numbers have definitely grown quite significant here, though. You can see the yellow team. Or the yellow commander rather, commanding 8,000 metal worth of T1 units with 8 bulls in total versus 6 bulls in total, or 5,000 metal for the cyan commander. On the northern side, things are looking a little bit better for the blue team, as we do have a whopping total of 10 bulls going up against just 4. Reinforcements are available here, but the pink and red forces are kind of split up. Ooh, one of them gets caught off. Just a little bit unfortunate pathing. This is the time and place where you kind of start thinking about those starlights, right? You don't need too many, you just need 1 or 2, chipping away at the bulls from long range just to soften them up so that by the time that your bulls actually have to fight them, it's a little bit easier. Now, while they're clumped up, I will say the bulls have a lot of AoE, so it's going to be pretty easy to get a lot of value. you get like, you know, 0.8x the amount of units clumped up together, more or less, value out of these tanks when the units are clumped up like that. In other words, yeah, you distribute a bunch of damage across multiple units and you end up in a really great spot. Whoa, Shaman wants to push forward here. This choke point has been a constant harassing point the entire game. And the Yellow Commander knows it, but now spread a little bit thin here. Ooh, Bulls find their run-by path. Why are there maps with 30 wind when wind turbine can produce only 25? So the reason for that is to artificially set the average a lot higher. So if I go back here and click on one of these, you can see this is only producing 25 right now, despite wind speed being at 30. But basically, because of that, it means that even if whenever the wind speed is higher than 30, you do end up in a situation where it's still going to produce the maximum wind. So basically what this is saying is we're going to produce max wind more of the time here. Zeeberg in a bunch of trouble. Second to last commander here for the red team is jumped on by a whole bunch of grunts. They're trying to flash that commander down. Some killer D-guns right here, though. Hanging out on this cliffside, making it very difficult for the grunts to engage. Man, that commander brought so many down with it. No way Zeeberg gets out of this. 4% HP remaining as the pink commander makes its way backwards here. One hero grunt in the backline. Bulls trying to engage. Oh, don't tell me. How do we deal with this? What could you possibly do about this guy? Zeeberg forced to retreat. The grunt, the hero grunt. The one that could. Oh, there we go.
Commander has died.
The commander snipe with the AGO kill as the pink commander goes down. And all of a sudden, this northern side is looking quite suspect here. AA trucks have been produced, so that's quite nice. At the very least, Shuriken are no longer a worry. Now we've got to think about T3. Marching out onto the field here, Razorbacks, with the recent changes, are quite difficult to use. You have to be very careful about the way that you micro them there. So, going to be interested to see how they stand up against the Bulls. Bulls actually are tanky enough and tough enough that they can kind of fight Razorbacks in the weirdest kind of way. I don't mind it one bit. I think Razorbacks are still a phenomenal option. As you can see, firing away here with that little laser minigun, doing a wonderful job of cleaning up a bunch of these units, shredding off that armor as quickly as they can. Shuriken in the air, by the way, buying a whole bunch of time. And these tanks will be blasted apart with a perfect flank, doing nearly double damage as well. Phenomenal. Blue tanks. He eventually did make it through. The yellow commander here. The pink commander was resurrected on the northern side, so we're still back up to 2. But yeah, we are dangerously close to sniping the yellow commander on the right-hand side. I don't think Shaman realizes just how hidden that commander is over on the corner over there. But yeah, the yellow commander is definitely having a moment. Has the fear, as they say. 10,000 metal, probably, well, yeah, further than that. Nearly 13,000 metal between the two wreck fields here, as all the corpses of the Bulls lie on the field. It's at this point, yeah, that those T3 units really have to roll out on the field. I wouldn't mind some specialized T2, though. Again, Shuriken, pardon me, not Shuriken, Starlight would be wonderful for blasting down a bunch of these tankier units that we've seen here. The anti-air trucks, very valuable to keep around as well. There's basically no anti-air on the ground that is better than the AA trucks. Stormbringer Armada flying out onto the map here. Razorback finds a juicy target. As I was talking about with the micro, though, you can see whenever it's turning, it's not firing. Very, very strange. Razorback takes a bunch of damage, but does pop the AGO, which is a huge hit. All of a sudden, 1,250 energy per second goes down the drain. Oh, we're gonna kill it? Oh, no. Razorback escapes the Bulls. Run for your lives! The Resbot's trying to escape right here as the Razorback continues doing damage. Obviously, they want to resurrect that Razorback, turn it around, and change teams. Pitbulls initially set up here as a defense against the Bulls are actually going to do quite nicely here against the Razorbacks. Zeeberg moving into position to D-gun down these Razorbacks, but the Pitbulls have actually cleaned it up quite nicely. Are we going to bomb the Razorback? Oh, no way. Okay. The craziest thing is that it worked. All of a sudden, the Razorback goes down as bombs fall out of the sky and do deploy directly on top of its head. Pitbull's firing away here, easily shredding apart these grunts. Resbots here, though, reclaiming as much of this as possible. 3 dead Razorbacks on the northern side. Will we see any kind of res or reclaim? There we go. Yeah, we do have res on the southern side. Resbot's trying to patch all this up as the T3 gantry starts to pump out more and more of these units. Again, the specialized T2, or even like some T3, like a nuclear bomber or two, just to try and snipe some of these units before they have a chance to engage a T3. Little advantages like that accumulate. Or abductors as well to paralyze some of these units, some of those heavy EMP units. Bull and a Razorback, couple of bulls and a Razorback managed to punch through. Resbots weren't quite finished with the Razorback on this side here. Oh, heavy water in a little bit of trouble. Whoa, down goes the yellow commander. The resign vote is passed, and through overwhelming force, sheer brute numbers, and an incoming bombing run that would have been quite devastating to the wind turbine fields here of lore.
Destroyed.
It will be our UK #1 team that takes the victory in this best-of-1 series. Wonderfully played. Probably couldn't ask for a better match to open up on today. What a wonderful set of game, or what a wonderful series. Not a series, I guess. What a wonderful game. Oh my goodness. What a crazy 1v1 match. All the way up to T3 in under, or pardon me, all the way up to T2 in under 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's go ahead. Hold on, sorry. Messaging and typing, shifting between screens and all that stuff. What did they change about the Razorback? Basically, I'm not sure exactly why it changed, but basically, Razorbacks don't snap to targets as quickly as they once did. It means that essentially they are... I don't really know why the decision was made to... I think it was an accident. I don't think it was an intentional decision. I think I have a feeling that the change was accidental, but it does mean that there was basically their targeting is off or something, so they no longer will, I don't know, they no longer will, snap to targets as quickly, so sometimes it's very, very difficult for them when you're constantly clicking around to move them. They have a really hard time locking on, so it means that you have to micro Razorbacks like boats now, which is kind of funny. No Legion that game, by the way. Legion is enabled. In case you were curious. In case you wanted to see some Legion gaming. That's one of the fun things about today. We should see the scores updated here very shortly as we make our way into the second round here. Looks like France and the UK concluded, or the US concluded as well with 1 point on the board for the US. Moving in around 2, it'll be France versus the Netherlands. So the team that we just saw there, the I guess they don't have like a clan tag. Some of them have like really distinct clan tags, but it's going to be like Reed Sweet and Roe, Heavy Water, all of them going to be going up against the France #2 team, which we have not seen yet, but we will get a chance to today. Vador, Nexus Phoenix, Shintaro, Barista, Last Dragon, and Matejo. Or Matejo? I don't know. Other results are already in as well, as we do have Group A. Looks like the Latvia versus Sweden game was a 1-0 victory right here for Sweden. Germany and France still ongoing, so we'll see if we can catch the tail end of that game. But I do want to see, I absolutely want to see this UK versus USA game. I feel like it would be a shame to miss that game. Definitely one of those games that would be very, very bummer to miss. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, there we go. Eastern Europe versus United States. Looks like They have either already played or no longer need to play. Probably just waiting on scores to update. In fact, I'll hit a little refresh here. Set all these back to matches. Ah, there we go. Okay, we've got scores rolling in here. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and catch this US versus UK game. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Man, I hope we get to see a I would love to see some good old-fashioned Paradise Lost. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Let me see where we currently stand. All right, UK. We're having issues with the naming convention. All the first lobbies were so beautiful. They were like perfectly lined up. They all looked wonderful. And then like immediately it all went bad. It all went so bad so quickly. Okay. Looks like we do have our UK versus US US 1 team. Yeah, we did a bug report on that, but admin said it's not bugged. So sad. Wow. That's interesting. So apparently that's how the Razorback is supposed to function? That surprises me. I prefer my anti-spam units to be able to deal with a single laboratory of T1 or T1 spam. Oh, that'd be exciting. I have a secret surprise for everyone. Should be a lot of fun. Give me just a minute. We are doing picks and bans at the moment. In fact, I'll narrate the picks and bans as we get into it here. So yeah, the tournament, the format for this tournament is quite interesting. So it's basically just 9 best of 1 rounds. And then whoever comes out, I believe it's four players come out on top and then progress, or four teams rather. It's very interesting. It's a format that I'm not super familiar with, but it is really interesting. It means that each individual day can be done a little bit quicker, but I think there's more days is kind of how it ends up going. Let's see here. Yeah, so it's huh. Each captain bans 2 maps, alternating 1 ban at a time with higher S. Total team captain banning first. Pool consists of 3 maps. Higher OS team assigns 1, 2, 3 of the remaining maps. The lower OS team runs the command roll 3. Oh, so they have to roll. That's interesting. Okay. So basically, your team gets to ban 2 maps. And then so you get to ban 2 maps and then you randomly roll the other 3, which I guess is pretty interesting. It does mean there's a little bit of RNG at play. Yeah, so we might actually get to see our Paradise Lost game at some point today. So far, we have Sunderance is banned. Looks like Aurelia will be banned as well. Alter Divide is out of here. Oh. Could that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Could it truly be? It may be possible. They're thinking really hard right now. With Sunderance, Aurelia, and Alter Divide out, it does mean that, yeah, there's a couple of interesting maps left in the pool here. Paradise Lost, obviously one of them. What I'm hoping for. But also, like, Delta Siege Dry is still available. Otago is still available. Downs of Destruction is also still available. Yeah, there's a couple of interesting ones here. Oh, they banned Paradise. Rats. Well, you can't hope to win them all. But I sure was hoping. I really was. I was hoping quite hard. So this is pretty interesting. So now DSD has been assigned number 1, Downs has been assigned number 2, and Otego has been assigned number 3. And then I guess they use a command, it's $roll 3 to randomly determine the map to be played. Huh. Lot of randomization, so. Alright, I mean, that's very interesting. Huh. What a neat format. Okay, so you end up with a situation where you ban from the total of maps. I believe it's 7 maps. You ban 4 of the maps from 7, so it goes down to 3, and then you randomly roll for one of the 3 maps, which is, yeah, kind of cool because it does mean there's a little bit of there's a little bit of a random factor to it, which means you kind of actually end up getting like there's odds that we'll see maps that otherwise would be banned just outright because it's random. There's a little bit of random to it. It's almost like matchmaking. You never know what you're gonna get. I am curious what matchmaking is going to look like. I've seen early demos of matchmaking for this game, and they seem pretty cool. The big thing is how do you... do... Apologies. The big thing is how do you do... what is it called? How do you do matchmaking for 8 players at a time? That is the question. There we go. I'm gonna up the bitrate so you guys can enjoy a higher quality of stream. Hopefully that helps. And we're going to switch on over to the main stream. Here we are. Once more spawning into Otego right here. Once more we have our teams. Everybody ready? This is the grudge match right here. This Nokia tablet UI is something else. That is so oddly specific, but I feel exactly what you mean. Your words have resonated deeply with me, and I don't know that I like it. We have spawning on the left-hand side here, representing the UK team. On the northern side, we have Pro Elmer Fudd and Pro Highgain going to be spawning together, doing something cheeky here on these 2.5 metal extractor spots. Up to no good, certainly. And on the southern side of the red team, it's going to be Randy and Shaman, both spawning on the 3 2.5 metal spots, or I guess that would be 7.5 metal spot. However you choose to add it all up and subtract it back down. Doesn't look like we're going to see any of that cheesy co-op that we saw in the last one. That was really cool, the T2 co-op, but maybe we're just going to funnel all the metal into a laboratory over here, I guess? Not entirely sure what advantage putting a lab over here does, because, well, the more central location obviously means that you can... Yeah, you can be a little bit more... You can hand those units out and they can be anywhere on the field a little bit quicker. Which is, yeah, I don't know. Kind of interesting. Over the right-hand side, playing as the American team, as the US team, it's going to be Bacon Dude 1786-5, TM Zhao, Rowan Morse, and rounding us out here as the Green Commander, it's going to be Zagruz. Strong potential candidates all around here, as we have 45, 40, 43, and 9 OS. Definitely one outlier here in the mix, but yeah, well, let's just say Bacon Dude has a lot to prove. Excited to see Bacon Dude show us what they've got here on the front lines as they go into a couple of mexes, couple of wind turbines, all that good stuff. Always a little bit, yeah, a little bit a little bit interesting when we get one of these players that knows the game clearly, has played it enough, and then has super low OS for some reason. It's like, what was going on? Are we just new to small team games, or have we been really throwing the games in the in the bracket on the ladder? I think Bacon Dude is more than well and away enough competent to yeah, to manage to play in this game here today. I don't know what this OS is about, this 9 OS over here. It's like underinflated or something like that. Very interesting. But anyways, I digress. It looks like Zhao is going to be going into a good old-fashioned vehicle lab. Now, we do have our first Legion commander of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop-doo-doo-doo. Rowan Morse going to be spawning here as a Legion common, going into some of these good old-fashioned Legion wind turbines, which don't produce any extra wind. They don't go up past past 25, at least as far as I know. Some of the Legion stuff, in fact, most of the Legion economy is kind of based around these producers that make a little bit more or a little bit less resources. The T1 Mex is producing a little bit less here. You can see 2.0 metal instead of 2.5. It's odd, but it works out in the end in the weirdest kind of way. Like, it doesn't seem like the math should math, but it maths pretty good. And all of a sudden you end up in a pretty good spot. Oh, we are actually going to be going into a bot lab. Okay. I was curious if we were just going to go straight into vehicles, into yeah, T2 Armada vehicles, but it looks like we are actually going to pivot into a Legion bot lab. Okay. Hey, even hands it off. All right. Gonna use this commander as essentially a glorified resbot to eat up that 850. Wow, I didn't realize how much metal there was right there. 850 metal is gigantic. Yeah, no wonder you can go for T2 so quickly with that much metal on the map. That really is a huge boost to the economy, especially if you could get across the map and like steal it. It would be monstrous effort to get across over here. Maybe with like a construction plane or something. Like if you used an aircon to come over here and try and eat some of this metal. I bet you could eat your value's worth of metal out of that with an aircon. What does an aircon cost? It's like 110 metal or something like that, right? Oh, we are gonna end up going for overcharge max. Wow. I was doubtful. I didn't think we would actually see him this game, but there we go. The overcharge max, costing 250 metal and 5,000 energy, does produce double the metal per metal spot. So this single metal extractor will produce 5 metal per second, which is gigantic, of course. Obviously pays itself back pretty quickly. This is pretty interesting. I'm excited to see it. I've been thrilled to see Legion step into the limelight, if you will. Legion has, for the longest time, had a reputation of being buggy and unbalanced and broken. All these harsh words, right? All these very harsh and critical words of the poor Legion faction, who are just trying to survive in a harsh and cruel robotic world. Nowadays, Legion is considered balanced enough that it's likely that you'll see it in modern lobbies, which I'm thrilled about. As a huge supporter of Legion, of most of the Legion work, I guess I could say all the Legion work. I don't think there's no project comes to mind that I've been like, yeah, you know what, we shouldn't do that. The Legion devs absolutely know what they're doing. They've got a wonderful style. They've got a beautiful art direction. Yeah, it's really beautiful work that they've got going on over here. Nice snipe, by the way, by Highgain. Manages to use a little handful of grunts to snipe not only a constructor and the mexes, but also all the blitzes that were sent to defend against this. These grunts now going to be moving around towards this northern side. We have ticks harassing down the... Ooh, the resbots do fall. Yikes. Okay. Zacruz here are going to be stepping forward using these LHTs, the Light Heat Ray Towers, to blast back Shaman, and we do have now some of the lobbers coming out to play. Pardon me, not lobbers. They're now called Satyr. That was the, that was the old name for them. Oh, what a snipe back here, though. Phobos are produced the fast-moving, lightly armored assault bots. Very thin armor plating. Very, very gigantic damage output. Blue and purple commander in tandem working to produce the construction power and the energy needed to build these things. Not only do these cost 5,000 energy, they also cost 30 energy per second. So when you think about, like, each one of these wind turbines can produce, you know, at a maximum 25. And that's a maximum, not a minimum. Yeah, it adds up pretty quick. But the interesting thing, the question that I have, and I don't really have a good answer for, is do these pay for themselves before you get T2 up and running? Because we're 5 minutes into this game and we have T2 already on the field. Bulls now underway from the yellow commanders, as we do see those good old-fashioned T2 mexes being built up here. Once you get those T2 mexes up and running, you can afford those bulls a whole lot easier. Do these T1.5 mexes, are they even worth it? Do they actually give you any kind of a benefit before you get T2? Like, I guess it means that you can be a little bit more relaxed about your expansion. Like, you can expand in different directions without having to worry about these as much. They're closer to T2 economy than the other stuff. Lobbers here. Eventually taking down the LLTs, by the way. It is what it is the kind of way that I feel about this this situation. It just feels like a never-ending debate about whether that economy works or not. But the funny thing is, obviously, people have been playing with it and enjoying it and using it a whole bunch. So clearly, to some degree, it is quite effective. Like there's no disputing that if people are using it and people are liking it, then it's got its place here. Pardon me as I clear my sinuses. I've been having so I had a cold a little while ago, and ever since then, and my schnossage, my nose has not quite felt quite right. I don't know what it is. Something got twisted up in my sinuses or something, and yeah, now things aren't moving properly. I'm not a doctor, if you couldn't tell. I've got no idea. Wind turbines coming up here. Emergency wind turbines as the wind speed has kind of plummeted, and now the blue team is left with a little bit of a risky situation. All of a sudden, their energy reserves are quite low. Yeah, energy and metal production way up high right here for the red team, who focused primarily on getting that T2 metal extractor up and running, and avoided not making wind turbines. Yeah, you can see hundreds and hundreds of wind turbines coming up right here for the red team, expanding in every direction, using those construction towers to build out the wind turbine farms. Man, a bombing run would go crazy right now. Even just a couple of those Martyr, the flying kamikaze drones, just getting a couple of those into the air to crash into the wind turbines right here for the yellow commander. I mean, just imagine, right? You connect with those E-converters, you connect with the wind turbines, you shut down so much energy production. You could pretty much cripple. You could crimple. That's not the right word either. You can cripple. Jeez. I'm still waking up, as you can tell. I've had my caffeine. I've been trying these new delicious caffeine drinks. Still waking up, clearly. You can cripple the economy right here for either one of these teams by simply taking out the main production center. Since they're going for these communism strategies, as we've been calling them recently in the community, essentially just sharing units and sharing the means of production. Yeah, ever since this has sort of become the de facto standard, all of a sudden it's become really, really difficult to, well, it's become very difficult to cope with the loss of that factory. When you lose that main production facility, all of a sudden everything is wrong. It's also a genuinely effective strategy for the same reason, though, because if all of your resources are pulling into the same quality of unit, then it means once you're at T2, your whole team is at T2. One of these bulls looking very scuffed up. Commander is repairing, though, which is quite nice. We're going to build that mech and then repair once more. Little drone platform. Hey, look at that. Alright. That is the Mantis. Oh, no, pardon me, the Hive. Yeah, it carries a couple of those little drones right there, and they can, reach out and fire away. But really the most important, the most impressive part of these drone platforms is that they provide a bunch of vision. Yeah, so when those drones fly out there, if we switch to the view right here for Zakruz, you can see those drones fly forward and then they scout out everything on the distance, which means that, especially for like static defenses and whatnot, you suddenly get a perfect view of exactly what's going on over there. You don't have to, there's no guesswork involved. The drones just do it for you. Isn't that just nice? Rowan Morse protecting these good old-fashioned tanks with a little bit of Commander anti-air missile. One of the nice benefits of playing as a Legion Commander is that you have built-in anti-air tucked right into your backpack. Ooh, Elmer Fudd. The AoE, oh no, 0%, 1% HP remaining on the orange commander. Oh no. At the very least, the bull will escape here. Maybe. The pink bulls are smelling blood in the water from that paralyzed tank. Oh, repair. Nice repair. Oh, just barely. Oh, doesn't keep it alive. Oh, no. The bull just barely falls right there. Rowan Moore's forced to reclaim. As we have a little bit of an airplane building. An Air Force, I should say. Yeah, the Pink Commander has got some air as well here. We have the T1 air plant producing a whole bunch of those units as we go into the T2 mexes and whatnot. Both teams kind of stepping up their game right here. We have the fusion reactor already up and running for the Yellow Commander, going to be going ahead and producing a bunch of energy, allowing for the tank production to stabilize. When that wind speed dips, you're going to be quite happy to have that fusion reactor, and unlike myself, remembering to build the anti-nuke. Now the T2 lab is up and running. Are we going to start going for commander snipes, or are we going to go for something cheeky like EMP plays with stilettos or abductors? If you've got a surplus of energy, and I would say this is one of those maps where you probably would, you can go ahead and go for those EMP bombers, but they've definitely fallen out of fashion recently because of their 38,000 energy cost now, their price tag. Starlight's up and running right here for the Cyan Commander with nowhere near enough energy to fire these consistently. We're going to need to see some, like, wind turbines handed over. Whoops, pardon me. Looks like we do have a energy storage that has been set up here to allow the Cyan Commander to actually, store enough energy to actually fire these. Not bad. Pro High Gain blinded. Shuriken diving in. Commander trying its very best. You know what? Bacon Dude is clearing those out quite nicely, actually. Yeah, Shuriken doing tons of work, and the Bulls definitely going to be happy to take that trade right there, jumping on top of at least one of those Starlights. Yeah, Bacon Dude moving into position here. Sacrifices the... Oh, doesn't get it! Oh, no! Oh, the Bulls just barely slip out of range. How unfortunate is that? Bacon Dude now running away here, trying not to kill his own units in the process of dying.
Destroyed.
Boom goes the Cyan Commander. Luckily, the Starlight and the Bulls stay alive. And that flak truck has actually done wonderfully as well. Yeah, including one of these flak trucks in here is super, super crucial. Commanders on the front line have got to be super careful at this point, though. We've got an ambassador on the front as well, which is quite an interesting choice here. The missile truck going to be firing away, I suppose. Not the end of the world, but I wouldn't expect this to hit very much, at least not consistently. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, if we're just going to target on the static defense, I suppose that works quite nicely. Zakrus now in position. Does Shaman see this? Yep, absolutely. The commander is detected. Zakrus is forced on out of there. Construction towers trying to repair up that commander. Not bad. Cacophony firing away with that barrage of bullets as well.
Commander destroyed.
Down goes the green commander, though. Nuclear bomber is revealed. Red commander is targeted. One bomb is away, but you need two in order to kill the commander. Oh, the T1 fighters, they catch the bomber. Oh, no. We only went for one of those against the commander, and so Shaman will manage to walk away after the blue fighters don't trade out against the pink. I thought the T2 were absolutely going to win it here. Not the case, though. T3 lab almost finished up here, about 98%, and boom. T3 units now being produced. Surprised that we're not seeing Marauder, actually, with how quick they are and how nicely they trade against a bunch of the T1 and T2 units. Felt like Marauder would have been a pretty obvious choice, but apparently not. Razorback's going to be the de facto option, and I suppose that makes a lot of sense. If you can produce enough Razorbacks to cover the whole map, then there's not really a reason not to go for them. Look at these pesky little drones, though. That's so cute. Firing their, like, little miniature barrage. It's like they're firing little, like, 22 caliber bullets. They don't really do much damage, but they scratch the paint on the surface. And maybe one day one of those bullets will get, like, lodged in a gear or something, and it causes, you know, a malfunction. Yeah. The T1 Goblin spam not going to hold up well against the Bulls here. Down it goes, and this southern side is in trouble. I really hope we see this Razorback moving in to try and intercept right here. Shaman is a little bit exposed. We do have a little bit of a play building. We have some of these Mosquito gunships. Little ornithopter-looking critters fluttering their beautiful little wings as they prepare to ambush. Yeah, the red commander is going to be their primary target. The drones here trying their very best. Do we have a anti-air truck? We do not. Ooh, okay. Sniping the res bots, actually. Not bad. That does, you know, somewhat halt the unit production right there, but the commander will cloak. Yeah, you know what? I don't think we had enough to snipe the commander anyway. The red base is in shambles now. Bulls cresting the hillside and properly scouted by the ticks here. Yeah, we're going to try and reclaim. Saving face here by trying to reclaim as much of this laboratory, as much of this base as possible. You can see those construction turrets working overtime to try and clean all this up. Razorback is out and it will be shared to Zacruz. But man, those bulls just have so much HP. In the exact same way that T1 medium tanks have an extensively difficult time being dealt with. Well, I should say commanders have a really hard time dealing with them. For the exact reason that they're just simply so tanky for the early T1 game. Razorbacks and T2 heavy tanks function almost identically. Yeah. Oh, run Morse. Charging full steam ahead. One of the last remaining 2 commanders. D guns away though, and boom, go all the starlights right there. Beautiful catch right there by the blue commander. Takes tons of HP off that commander's health bar. 16% HP is brutal. Oh, and the ticks do scout it. Just barely managed to cloak in time, but it won't matter. The AoE from that bull, enough to kill that comm. Starlight will manage to bring down both of those units, though. Or pardon me, Razorback will manage to bring down both of those units. Nuclear bomber, take 2. Already being jumped by a bunch of those T1 fighters, though. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks to lose that so quickly. Dang, yeah, there just isn't enough T2 air. Trying to produce out of the T2 air lab while also producing the T3 is super, super difficult. Only way that I think we save this here is by going into a bunch of res bots and making sure that every one of these Razorbacks that goes down is covered by 2 more and resurrected. Yeah, we've already got Razorbacks, not to mention, of course, the static defenses that have been built up right here by the red and yellow commander. We have a Starlight coming up on the southern side here. The Pulsar, I mean, sorry, they're essentially a static Starlight. They are dangerous. They are super, super dangerous to deal with. Little tick swarm. Little tick swarm that could. One of them peeled off to go kill this one. That'll be done in a minute, but eventually it will clean all this up. Okay. The blue team paid for their T3 transition by giving up a portion of the map. The red team paid for their T3 transition by taking a portion of the map. They took fabulous trades, they reclaimed a whole bunch, and then they, yeah, just managed to do a bunch of damage to the other team here. All of a sudden, it means that, yeah, red has a stranglehold on a giant portion of the map right here. That Pulsar on the southern side is going to be so annoying for them to deal with. The Razorbacks now looking for the best trade that they can find, but really, I don't know where they're going to find it. I almost wonder if Titans are just the right move here. At this point, you just start producing Titans. You've got enough Razorbacks for mostly global coverage. There is one pushing forward on the southern side that's going to need to be dealt with. It's going to become a problem very quickly. But yeah, like going into just like 2 Titans. Like if you could just get 2 Titans out. Oh, it's going to be Thors. Interesting. Okay. So along the same lines, right? We're going into much heavier units here. The Thor costing 9,000 metal. The Titan costing 1350. 13,500, I should say. One hero tick has scouted the geothermal over here. It looks like it will be a clash as the Razorbacks spin up their Gatling cannons to duel each other. I would love the flanking from that tick. That would be adorable. Watching the Razorbacks struggle to target ticks is so funny to me. All of a sudden, the tick has become invisible. Razorbacks in the weirdest kind of way, also sort of functioning as a crude anti-air. Not the best anti-air, but an anti-air. The last remaining commander here for the blue team, Zhao, is going to be moving in for the D-gun on the Razorback. This right-hand side of the purple base. Sometimes, all it takes is one nicely placed unit. Zhao didn't quite respond in time. Razorback still marching forward. Oh no. Mechs after mechs after mechs is going down. The E-converters are within range too. They'll be targeted. Boom, go the E-converters. The mechs goes down. The build power will be the next target. Just like that, a single unit, a single Razorback has made it into the backline, and it's all it takes to shut this game down. Oh no. That is brutal. Thor is out as well, but just moments away from completing. The blue team is forced to resign.
Self-destructed.
That Thor was going to be their win condition to try and paralyze some of these units, but it just didn't hit the field in time, and with that one Razorback managing to sneak into the backline and Zhao unable to degun it, it'll be our red team that manages to take the victory here today. What a brutal back and forth here. UK Team 1 manages to take the win against United States 1, and I can't lie, I'm pretty bitter about it. Will they be facing each other again is my question. It looks like yes. So in round 5, these two teams will face each other again for a little bit of a grudge match. Should be very, very cool. England. We've got some chanting in the chat. It reminds me of those like football games. They're all doing the coordinated chants. They're all up and down. New patch notes, by the way, in case you're curious about that. We'll go ahead and pop out of here. We'll go ahead and take a look back at the bracket. Hop on over to this screen here where we can see. Yeah, so right here you can see in round 5, these two teams will face off against each other once more. There we go, there's my cursor. Yeah, these two teams will face off against each other once more in round 5. But for now, it's going to be 1 point on the board here for the US. Looks like some of these other teams are going to be going at each other's throats here, so we'll go ahead and see if we can find another game that is well underway. While these teams go ahead and step into their next position on the bracket, or they begin to move on towards their well, the next round in the bracket, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is they update the bracket and move into their next games for the bracket. Working on a mystery surprise for everybody. I have an idea. Oh. Apparently, Group C, the Eastern Europe versus Canadian team, ended up playing Paradise Lost. This group right here, apparently these guys ended up playing Paradise Lost against each other. Canada versus Eastern Europe. That's pretty funny. I wonder about that. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's any other games. The thing about best of ones is they're over pretty quick. Like they're not they don't stall for very long. So jumping between games is very difficult for sure. Kind of a good thing though. It also means like yeah, you end up getting into the games a lot quicker, which is good. Well done, lads, indeed. Yeah, the UK team making their country proud, doing a wonderful job. Very cool indeed. That's kind of the fun part about Nation Wars, right? You get to watch your representatives try their best. I'm gonna turn this fan on. Starting to get toasty in here. Hopefully that's not riotously loud. Let me know if it is. Looks like it is a little bit loud. Let me go ahead and there we go. Yeah, that should be a little bit more bearable on the ears. Let's see here. Group B, Germany versus Greece. Well, I don't mind if I do. let's have ourselves a little look-see. Looks like picks and bans. Oh my goodness. Looks like picks and bans have already commenced. And these guys will be playing Otego. Okay, hold on. Maybe we can find a match that's not played on Otego. Let's see. How about Group D? Netherlands versus the US. There we go. That ought to work. We'll see which one starts quicker. I don't mind either. I'm happy to watch every game. USA 1. Which team is that? That is going to be Rowan Morris, JTL Zhao. So some of the folks that we just saw playing just a minute ago. Hopefully we see them get into their matches pretty quickly here. So, as they move forward, this is going to be... I mean, things are ramping up as they figure out how to... how to set up these lobbies and get into them a little bit quicker. But obviously the other issue is, yeah, people, you know, bathroom breaks and, you know, slop the hogs, tile the roof, all that sort of stuff. Things that pop up and happen in the real life when you're not looking at your Beyond All Reason. Just one of those things that happens. I'm loving the series that we're getting to see so far, though. It has been incredible to watch these guys do this, these ridiculously fast T2 rushes. I mean, it makes sense. It's a very effective meta because you end up with T2 by the, I don't know, 3-minute mark apparently, which is insane. Yeah, that's crazy to me. But all right, we'll watch this game. It is again on Otego. I guess just the map that is the luckiest because it keeps getting rolled. Yeah, super weird that this map has come up this many times all of a sudden. But we'll switch on over here, and once more, ladies and gentlemen, we can see the game plan being drawn out by the orange team, by the orange commander Darth Revan as well, specifically as we have the coalition. The coalition of forces mounting right here as, yeah, the red team here representing, this is Germany versus Greece, so we do have random variable standing out there a little bit, but I'm glad to see that we do still have, a couple German flags thrown in the mix right here. We have Darth Revan, Chicken Dinner, T-Che, and random variable going to be playing for the German team on the southern side. Pardon me, on the western side of Otego, a map that we've seen plenty of today. Sort of the, almost feels like the Istis crack of 4v4s. Spawning on the right-hand side, representing the Greek team. It's going to be none other than Panak, Spolkip, Zaptong, and Green Fox. Green Fox is going to be playing on the southern side, a part of the map that has been notoriously difficult to hold today. Seems like this position specifically is having a lot of issues. This northern side, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to be having as many issues. Now, in a couple of these games, it's been because we've seen the actual co-op on this northern side. Maybe that's the strategy. Because this is the weaker side, this map is asymmetrical, by the way, because, yeah, the way it's balanced, you can imagine, right, this commander starts with 3 metal extractors, and then they move forward and claim 2 more. This commander starts with 2, and then claims 2 more, right? So you from the very get-go, you have a metal extractor advantage. Not to mention, if this commander actually gets these metal extractors, it's a crazy advantage. It adds up super quickly, and that's like it doesn't seem it doesn't seem like a lot in the early game, but it adds up so quickly in the late game because it means, you know, maybe a good way to put it is you have an extra 400 metal that allows you to build your T2 lab 30 seconds to a minute quicker, and that adds up super quick because all of a sudden your T2 constructors are up and running. All of a sudden your all of a sudden your T2 units are out on the field, and those can go ahead and start tearing down those T1 static defenses. They can start blasting away the T1 units. All that good stuff that's super, super important. Like, that is the crux of it, right? Hello there, Generic Cat. Good to see you. One of the old timers, one of the long timers, showing up here today. Glad to see you, my friend. Welcome aboard. If you're saying hello from the Brightworks, you're welcome to. You're welcome to say hello. I'm happy to see all you guys. I am for anybody who doesn't know, I'll do a single plug. My name is Brightworks. I do live streams every Saturday on 12 to 4 PDT. So feel free to convert that to whatever your local time is. But 12 to 4 PDT is when we normally do the live streams, unless there's a tournament going on, and then in which case I like to cast the tournament either here on the official Beyond Our Reason YouTube channel, which has become like something like my second home, or my own YouTube channel and Twitch channel, all that good stuff. Which the best way to do is to just join my Discord channel. There's, you know, I know everyone and their mother has a Discord channel nowadays, but I promise you, this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. I don't know. I had some phenomenal talent set it up. Character by the name of Isbad. Special shout out to Isbad for making things work properly. Never could have done it without a lot of help from him. So there's my shout out and humble plug of the day. Hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy. I really hope you do. The daily casts of Beyond Our Reason are a treat. One of those things I get to look forward to at the end of my day, and I really appreciate it. Alrighty. I'm not streaming the game. I think, I hope I am. I hope it's that good old-fashioned 3-minute delay that's catching everybody, tripping everybody up as I talk about the match. While looking at a different screen. Yeah, I think it's alright. Should be fine. I can check it really quickly. Yeah, it looks like it's working to me. User error. I don't know. So far, seems like a pretty solid defense. Oh, right as I say that, the caster curse. Right as I say that, it looks like Panok will manage to find a gap in the armor here. The 39 open skill Silver Chevron hero will manage to slip a couple of ticks into the backline. Ooh, Constructor, yeah. Definitely the right target there. Great pings by Green Fox. Noticed, hey, wait a second, we can actually probably snipe the con right here. Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe. Okay, we do. Barely managed to snipe that con, but snipe it nonetheless. Stream glitched? Oh, no. Uh-oh. What has happened? Are we not streaming the game or something? What's going on? Oh, no. Oh, brother. Oh, it was stuttering? Oh, okay. That is weird. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Hopefully it doesn't go on. Let me know if that continues. I can tweak some settings here. Hopefully it was just a one-time thing. A fluctuation in the power cables or something like that. You know how it goes. Excellent little snipe right here as well. Ah, you know what? I'm loving the aggression coming out right here. Yeah, Zaptong doing the most. Sends a couple of blitzes forward and manages to find the main base right here of the Red Commander. Not to mention the build power. Oh, it just barely stays alive. 15% HP. Still, though, sniping those metal extractors is quite nice. Not to mention e-stalling right here, the red team heavily. Hello, Lucas F. You happened to say hi right as I was looking at chat, so congratulations. You get to be the shout-out of the evening. Oh, nice snipe right there as well. Man, the Greek team is putting it all out on the field. These pawns have managed to run by and do tons and tons of damage. Of course, leaving corpses all over the place, which is dangerous. We've already got that T2 rush. Again, we have T2 up and running before the 5-minute mark. Is crazy to me. But yeah, these early T1 units have still managed to find so much value here, chopping away at the economy of the Red Commander. And remember, this is not really the economy of the Red Commander, it's the economy of the Red Team. Like, every one of these mechs is essentially sharing resources back to the Red Team. The fact that these are going down means less and less T2 tanks rolling out in the field. Do we have T2 up and running already for the blue team? It looks like we do. Okay, great. So we have the T2 laboratory up and running. We don't have the T2 con yet. Ooh, that's a little bit suspect. I think we're going to want that T2 constructor up and running pretty quickly here to get those T2 mexes. It's a huge advantage, not one that you want to throw away necessarily. Another blitz sneaks past, though. The continued aggression from the blue team is phenomenal. Blitz making its way into the backline. Will it see that metal extractor? Will it kill that metal extractor? Nope. The construction tower and the Jaguar will manage to blast it to smithereens before it finds any value. We are well into T2 production at this point. On the front lines here, as we have Jaguar versus Jaguar battles. Those tanks heavy enough to break down the trees. And all of a sudden, we arrive at a situation where the Yellow Commander is completely surrounded, out of energy, and beset upon by a whole bunch of these lighting tanks firing away over the shoulders of their comrade blitzes. Yeah, Chicken Dinner is in a really tragic spot right here. Hopefully Panak sniffs out that this commander doesn't actually have energy. That would have been a nice kill. I think it probably would have killed a bunch of these units on the front line. I don't think the lightning tanks would have gone down, but it would have been really, really nice to take those away. Now, at this point, yeah, Panak is in a weird position where suddenly the lightning tanks did a bunch of damage, but they didn't get the kill. Ooh, nice deacons right there. Okay, not bad. Goblins have a horrible time killing commanders. They're a really, really abysmal commander killer. Ticks, however, quite a bit better. Oh, you can see them lasering that commander down quickly. Lightning tanks assisting. And just like that, the blue comm does go down on the northern side. We have more and more lightning tanks coming up. The T2 constructor is building those T2 mexes as well. 10 metal per second out of each one of these metal extractors is insane. That means you can get up to T3 production on just metal extractors. Like, you only need about 40 metal per second to produce Marauder. About 80 per second to build Razorback is pretty good. Yeah, the messages are delayed, so I'm seeing your response to my question 3 minutes later. But yeah, it seems like it was just a one-time glitch or something like that, which I'm happy to hear. Technical difficulties are a friend of mine. Ooh, Shell Shocker. Little bit of friendly obliteration. Rovers and actually I guess just Rovers coming out here. Zapdong trying to micro against all this. We have the Purple Commander now basically forced to wait here for T2 reinforcements. Yeah. Green Fox holding out here as well. The Cyan Commander going ahead and building into a good old-fashioned T1 army with a bunch of Shell Shockers, which are quite nice for tearing down these T1 statics, of course. But it also means that as soon as the T2 are out on the field, these Shell Shockers are basically worthless. Yeah, the Bulls are going to have a field day tearing these apart, and all of a sudden, there's not really anything they can do. The T1 statics are not worth it anymore. T2, basically regular T2 tanks, the Bulls or the Lightning tanks are going to be more than sufficient to tear down basically anything else that comes your way on the northern side, or on the, well, on any side. Any of those T1 statics at the very least. It means that these Shell Shockers don't really have a role, which is a little bit tragic, actually. Kind of a bummer. I'm happy to see it, though. I think the T2 game is a lot more exciting, a lot more depth of strategy, although we've just seen the same map played over and over again. If I had to guess, we'll be seeing Razorbacks shortly here. I'd love to see something cheeky, though. I think there's plenty of room for something very, very strange. Beamer drops, maybe? A little micro-Damas maneuver. You just get like 5 beamers and a couple of those heavy transports from the T2 laboratory. Send them across the map and then into the base right here of the Green Commander, and just let those beamers destroy everything with their blue laser beams. I feel like it could be quite dangerous. Quite effective, even. Beamer drops have got to be one of my favorite plays of all time. It's well known. If you're a fan of my channel, if you've known me for a while, you know that I absolutely love the Nostradamus maneuver. It's just hilarious. I can't think of another RTS game that lets you do something as funny as that. I'm a huge fan. Love the repair micro, by the way, on the southern side. Protege. Is it like protege? Protege? I could see that being the case. Maybe I just figured out this mystery for the first time ever. That is some really weird stuttering. I don't know what's causing that. Something odd happening here. Hold on. Maybe I can switch this. Give me 1 second. We'll We'll try and stabilize it. There we go. Maybe doing this will help out here. Hopefully it doesn't hit the quality too hard. As we watch, meanwhile, the red commander go down right next to a whole bunch of those tanks. Just like that, the blue commander is probably feeling quite a bit safer on this northern side here. Continued run-bys. Man. What killer run-bys from Zaptog. I gotta say, the purple commander is really impressing me. At 21 open skill and bronze chevrons, I had dismissed them, but Zaptog definitely knows what they're doing. And sending these units in now... Well, avoiding the LHT would have been best, but really LHTs kind of struggle against fast-moving units. One of their major weaknesses. It's weird that an LLT has weaknesses, but it's true. We're gonna reclaim them. Yeah, okay, well... In theory, that was devastating. In practice, it didn't actually do all too much. Oh. Bombers apparently not missing their targets. Apparently missing their targets. Sorry, not missing their targets. Missing their targets. That's the words. Just a handful of bullets pushing forward here, but there's no real response. Yeah. There just isn't the armor out on the field here to actually deal with all this. It's almost like we're going for a little bit of a base race, but that doesn't work so well in Beyond All Reason. It might work in StarCraft. Doesn't quite work as well. Doesn't translate as well in Beyond All Reason. Huh. I almost want to say it's an issue with YouTube, because I'm actually perfectly fine. I don't have any... I'm not seeing any stuttering issues. Like, I'm not, like, you know, I'm tracking all of it, and I don't see anything on my end. It's so weird. Usually I get loads and loads of analytics. Yeah, what are we going to do about these bullets? This bull kept moving in. Ready for the ultimate answer. Wow. 4 bulls with 1 D-gun. It's pretty good, but you still got one big issue over here on this side. The comeback. If the blue team can manage this, I would be impressed, but it doesn't look like they will. It would appear... It would appear, ladies and gentlemen, that random variable basically the red team, the German team, will take victory in this match. Beyond All Reason. Wonderfully done right there. An excellent fight. And I've got to hand it to the blue team. I've got to hand it to the Greeks. They managed to put up a fantastic fight. Way better than I was expecting. Not to dismiss them, but their OS numbers were a little lower, and I was a little bit skeptical. But they held their own for a good long time and actually managed to pull off some pretty impressive strats. And this is what it's about. You can see how the red team dumped basically all their eco into one commander, whereas the blue team split it among 2. And it meant that exponential growth just didn't really hit the exact same way. And this is kind of where you end up. It's sort of the current state of the game, which is, you know, it is a thing. It is certainly a thing. I think it's very interesting to see, though. It's cool to see the ebb and flow of the game as more and more people come up with interesting strategies. And it seems like currently the strategy is to work with your teammates. And if that isn't a sentimental value, I don't know what is. Alright, I will pop you back on over to the bracket here. We'll take a look at the standings as they sit currently. This was, let's see here. Germany 2 versus Greece. There we go. I was like, wait, was this Sweden? I didn't... The flag's already gone. I couldn't see. Okay, no, I did have it right. It was Greece. Germany 2 versus Greece here. It's going to be 1 point on the board here for Germany. Nicely done. Very, very nicely done. All right. Question is, what shall our next match be? There's definitely some good ones here. I think this UK2 versus Finland game is going to be pretty spicy as well. Unless they've already played it. They might have already finished that, actually. Let's see. US2 versus Canada. I see a UK2 versus Finland. Oh, looks like they already finished it. All right. We're going to jump into USA2 versus Canada then. That is also a pretty funny matchup. 13 minutes on this game. My goodness, what have they been doing? What have they been doing for 13 minutes? I don't think we've seen a 13-minute long game today. If we have, it's been all the way to T3, so I'm curious to see if these guys... But also, we've only seen games on Otago, so maybe we're a little bit slanted, because that map has tons of metal. 2.5 metal extractors with T2 metal extractors producing 10 per second is crazy.
Battle started.
A gigantinormous economy.
Commander self-destructed.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it looks like I have found for us today a Navy game. We will speed through the catch-up phase right here, as it looks like actually still a pretty back-and-forth game. Yeah, the red team contesting a large portion of the southern side here. The blue team contesting all the middle, though, which is really quite nice. However, nicer than any of that, Chronopolis and Darklone of the Canadian team are reclaiming a whole bunch of the wreckage from the field right here. That was left on the, well, on the ocean floor by the green commander here. Apparently no res subs available, but we're just going to eat it the old-fashioned way with the commander's left hand. Right hand, actually, I think. Yeah, right hand. These things are important, okay? Coastal torpedo launchers, actually very difficult to deal with. Firing away, they're weirdly... they're bombs that don't really obey the laws of angular momentum. I don't think I've ever seen a bomb turn that hard before and, you know, not turn into atomized mist. Something straight out of the three-body problem, for sure. Eventually, destroyers, it looks like, will be able to deal with this, but not before paying a pretty steep price. I love when the coastal torpedo launcher actually just lands on the enemy boat. Pretty funny. All the way on the other side of the map, it looks like, wow, a T2 lab is actually out and running and going away. Oh. Okay. Gonna borrow that metal to build some T2 constructors and then send it back to the team. What a noble sentiment, actually. Yeah, that actually, that's super interesting, because yeah, you end up with this situation where you basically can just, yeah, I mean, almost exactly what I said. You can borrow the metal from the team, and then you just send it all back. There is something genuinely beautiful about that idea. Like, you build that T2 lab super quickly, and you get a bunch of T2 constructors out and hand them out to the team so everybody's, like, upgrading all the mexes and everything. But then you just eat up the laboratory so everyone can go back into T1 production. Like, really quickly. Like, you just use it to rush out the constructor. Maybe, like, a couple of those Quaker or Mauser like we've seen here. That's a really, like, genuinely interesting idea. I like that quite a lot, yeah. I love that there's still room to grow. Room for Beyond All Reason meta-narrative to develop. Missile boats firing away right here, trying to do their best against a whole bunch of these destroyers. I got almost no stutters at all. It's probably a viewer issue. Yeah. We'll keep chugging along. There goes the red commander. Drowned out by a bunch of destroyers. Pardon my silence. Trying to clear my nose so that I can keep delivering you the high fidelity audio quality Brightworks experience that you each and every one of you deserve. Happy to do it. I don't know, it takes a lot of work from my nose for some reason. I don't understand. I really don't. I don't feel like I have that nasally a voice. I feel like I talk pretty deep from my esophagus. How did we get to this topic? I'm not entirely sure. This is a bit of an interesting battle as well. I hadn't even pointed it out before, but yeah, we're actually witnessing Armada versus Core. Oh, and I didn't even realize as well, we are well into T2. Okay. Well, an early Dreadnought is out on the field, and these gain a lot of value very quickly over time. If you can keep them firing at long range, at basically their maximum range, take the engagement. Yeah, this is exactly the right move from Akamar 6. The green commander here has to basically go now or never. Oh, abductors make this so costly. As long as the destroyers go down, though, res subs can come in and clean all this up, and then it doesn't matter. This will have been a positive trade no matter what. That Dreadnought manages to trade so efficiently right there. Probably 3 times as many boats went down right there for the green commander as the red. Despite losing all the T1s, so many more boats. Ooh. Well, okay, there's a D-gun. Killa actually manages to walk onto land and D-gun down the laboratory. Okay, I think we start building LLTs at this point. Oh, no. Killa going for some very cheeky moves for sure. Lightning boats are pretty good. They are effectively like a... They're a T1 killer. It's kind of a weird niche, but it is perfect for exactly right now. Basically, they're wonderful for dealing with, yeah, these T1 units, but they kind of teeter off as you get into the T2, the Maelstrom. I would think of them kind of like a dolphin, essentially. I will say, Akamar doing a great job of making the worst or the best of a bad situation here. Reclaiming as much metal as possible before being killed. We have the Paladin out and running. It's going to start deploying those depth charges and hunting down this commander. Oh, little self-D threat right there from the green commander. Frankly speaking, as long as this commander isn't reclaiming, then everything is a-okay. Dreadnought stays up and running as well, and this bad boy, 24 kills already.
Destroyed.
My goodness. Yep, there we go. Looks like the blue commander cyan commander was eventually dealt with. Super annoying to lose that geothermal, obviously. Thousands of energy down the drain. Shuriken are pulled, but nowhere near enough to paralyze any of these units right here. A little anti-air, a little light anti-air missile on the back of these Maelstrom as well. Keeps them nice and safe from all this. Akumar still being a pest. Trying to capture command one of these frigates right here. Super annoying. Eventually, though, boom, goes the green commander. Nicely done. Paladin's now going to control both the seas and the depths, as those depth charge launchers do fire away here, controlling and obliterating a bunch of those boats. And here we are. LRPC has actually been built. What the heck? Oh, I love it. I love the bizarro strategies. So far today, at least, we haven't seen one of these. Boom goes the LRPC, and yeah, you know what? That's great. Okay, so do we build a shield here? What an expensive choice to force the orange commander to make. Yeah, all of a sudden we have to decide whether we're gonna build a shield or continue building the fusion reactor. Oh no. Oh dang. Red team actually really struggling to spend their metal. Yeah, we need like T2 aircraft or something like that, but obviously you need a lot of energy to produce all that, and that's what these construction towers are working on. Boom goes the E converters too. Yeah, taking out the build power is huge. If we can take out all this build power, then suddenly it completely halts the orange commander. Okay, fusion reactor is up and running. We need a scout. T2 is already yeah, up and away. Up and away. I'm in pilot mode. Anybody remember that song? That one might be too aged. Yeah. Remember listening to that song while playing Rocket League? The very first tournament I ever played in. That'd be fun. Go back and cast a Rocket League tournament. I have absolutely no idea. That game has gotten so technical and so complex recently. It's become nearly impossible for me to watch because I just have no idea. It's like chess. They're like calling out all these moves, right? All these technical moves. For me, stream was just swapped from game start on Otego to this. Oh, that is very bizarre. Oh, weird. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why the stream is doing these weird things. Sargeras. Oh,
Commander
okay.
destroyed.
Well. Purple Commander was definitely trying to make a play there, but accidentally stepped a little too far, and all of a sudden has fallen over. Bulwark here for lasering down these good old-fashioned Paladin cruisers. Tachyon beam, pretty good. Pretty good, for sure. And the LRPC, though, is so annoying. It even snipes the T2 constructor. That's so frustrating. Are we gonna go for a shield? I guess you have to. Like, you have so much valuable stuff right here, you have to go for the shield. Otherwise, I mean, a radar jammer wouldn't be the end of the world, and then just try and, like, hide from it. But you're constantly gonna get barraged. The build power could chain react. It's such a bad situation. What a genuinely clever way for the purple commander to put a little bit of heat on. Just to make sure that the red team is never comfortable. Brimstones, the Cortex variant of the Lightning ship, now out on the field here. Where did our boats go? Why are all of our boats dead? Well, that's a big issue, and this is another one. The bomber's now headed in here. We're torn between building anti-air and building anti-plasma. It's now all of a sudden the bombers double around. And yeah, it's an easy decision. Go after the fusion reactor there. Oh, maybe not. Okay, a little bit of indecisiveness here. The anti-air actually does come up in time. That wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, well, bombs are finally in the way, and I think it will be enough to take out that fusion reactor eventually. But yeah, those should have killed the fusion on the first pass. That's actually a little bit sloppy. I know I'm being super critical right now, but that's a little bit sloppy. That actually should have killed those on the first pass. I don't know if it really matters. I don't know if, yeah, I don't think that
Commander
really it's
destroyed.
going to be the end of the world. We have, oh my gosh, another commander snipe over here. The boats doing so much work. Man, I really thought the red commander had it. I really did. I thought that was basically game once the T2 boat came out. Killed all the T1. Should have just pushed for the naval victory. Could have basically just killed all of the Navy here, but obviously with spectator vision, it's pretty easy to make that call here. Wow, the red team actually tapping out one by one. That's a first for today. Sir Ice Cream 55 apparently believing there's still a chance, but nope. Via overwhelming naval force, an excellent recovery right there from Akumar 6. Manages to pull back into this game, and it will be the U.S. team that manages to take the victory in this game. Beyond a reason. Epic.
Battle ended.
LRPC has shown some serious value at this point. Hold on, I want to see, like, damage dealt. I wonder, yeah. So the two commanders battling it out in the ocean, and then the next highest commander is the one who built an LRPC. Like, that is pretty phenomenal, yeah. The amount of damage that thing has managed to do, I mean, I'm sure there were units skirmishing here and there as well, but yeah, the LRPC seems to have done a ton of damage. You can see this is where the bombers started bombing, but look at how much damage the LRPC did, like 4 times as much. That is too good. Alrighty. That brings us back to the lobby here. We will go ahead and pop on over to the bracket. Hopefully this transition thing isn't what's breaking it. I hope not. Spent so much work on those. Did so much work trying to keep those up and running. Oh, well. It is what it is, as they say. So far, only one Legion Commander for today. As we take a look through the bracket here. We are almost ready to move on into the higher tiers of the bracket as well, which is going to be a lot of fun. Let me see here. So that was U.S. versus Canada? Yes. I believe so. Can't remember now. Struggling to remember. Question mark, yeah, Canada. Okay, yeah, U.S. versus Canada. So that was this one right here, Group C, round 3. Looks like they also put it up here, which is very nice and convenient. I'm not jaded is not the right word. I'm skeptical about naming conventions. I feel like half the time they work phenomenally, and half the time you're probably better off just searching by name or something. It is what it is, after all. But okay, let me see if we can find any other games here. Group C, yep, that was the one. Group D, France 2 versus UK. Is this battle ongoing? Nope, looks like that has wrapped up. Netherlands versus USA, that's Group D as well. Oh, that's going to be starting shortly. All right. I guess we'll head on over. Oh, it's already in progress. My goodness, these guys are playing quick. They didn't even... Oh, I'm sorry. No, this was... yeah, okay, so this is still round 3. Okay, still a round 3 match. This is Netherlands versus USA. We're going to jump on over into this game. Again, about halfway through. Probably more than that. They're 13 minutes in on DSDR, which is also a pretty metal-heavy map. So I'm expecting we're going to come into this pretty much at the very end. We'll see. As we load in here, hopefully it stops jumping around as much. Main scene, there we go. Ta-da! And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are catching up in this game. Looks like the pink commander tried to go for a play, got sniped in the process. We have got T2 vehicles out on the field right here for the blue team. Looks like T2 is up and running vehicles as well for the red team. And we are fully caught up. Alright, vehicles managed to snipe the commander on the northern side. Single starlight has been produced right here. Scratched at. 3 starlights have been produced. Love that. I think that probably gives you pretty much full coverage of the midsection of this map right here. Oh, that's a big loss. All those constructors down. So much build power lost from a couple of bulls firing away right there. Ah, that's a bummer. At least the aircon here is in place to try and reclaim some of that. It's a very dull silver lining on the back end of that, but I guess it works. Starlights here are going to be quite nice if we have enough energy for them. I don't know that we do. Bulls, yeah, a little bit of hesitancy right there from Zeeberg. Not sure whether to push in with the bulls or fall back. And it means the starlights get a couple extra shots off. Starlight battles are probably some of the most cinematography. Cinematographic. The most beautiful. Look at this. Look how beautiful this is. Blah, blah. This is a calculated number, by the way. These 3 starlights are an exact number of starlights because, of course, it takes 3 of them to kill a bull. So we're seeing a very exacting play right here from the red commander, going into exactly enough of these to one-shot a bull, and then just producing bulls once more to try and do as much damage as possible. Defend these starlights as well, which is super important. One of them in a little bit of trouble. Oh, boom, goes the starlight. Chain reacts. Doesn't quite kill the other one. Oh, Zeeberg. Hello. Alright, nicely done right there. Yeah, Zeeberg does manage to de-gun down the other 2 starlights, which is quite important. The pressure is, at least momentarily, slightly relieved. Rattlesnake on the high ground right here. Super annoying to deal with. We'll be firing away into the distance, taking out LLTs and metal extractors and all kinds of good stuff. JTL, by the way. Standing in lurk, waiting for the bulls to show their face right here as the yellow comm moves in for the Omega D gun. Nice micro right there. The commander is shown for just a second, but it's enough for the blue commander to notice. Oh, we need some energy share or something so that this comm can stay cloaked. I don't think these bulls... Yeah, these bulls don't have any radar detection or anything, so they're just kind of firing into the distance. We're, transporting bulls up here. Okay. Cool. Alright, I don't mind that. Yeah, they can go toe-to-toe all of a sudden. Another big battle on the southern side. It's just devolved into bull-on-bull warfare. Like a bull in a Beyond All Reason shop. Does that work? That one might need some work. Yeah, these guys are, these bulls are nasty. Watching them obliterate each other with these huge cannon shells that, like, normal units would fall in, like, 2 or 3 blasts. The bulls just don't care. They'll shrug off 5 or 6 or 10 of those shots. They don't care at all. Eventually, though, with the resbots here, I think the advantage definitely goes to the red commander. Still, though, yeah, you know what? As you get closer and closer to that backline, all of a sudden the production bonus, the defender's advantage, becomes super, super prevalent.
Commander destroyed.
Purple commander went up in smoke. Something else just popped here as well. We have a camera, by the way. Cheeky little camera over on that side. I don't know what... Oh. Geothermal blown to smithereens. I see. Okay, all that hard work and metal down the drain right there. Rather than going for a prude, most Armada commanders find it cowardly. They would rather go for an AGO rather than a prude. Prudes are like invincible. I don't know if you guys know, but prudes are like nearly unstoppable. They're so good. They're really insane how tanky they are. They're I don't know if they're resistant to damage, but they are certainly very tanky one way or another. It makes them extremely difficult to kill, and then of course when they die, they don't blow themselves up. You can go resurrect them afterwards or reclaim them at the very least. Whereas AGOs, basically all you get out of it is a crater-shaped hole, usually in the middle of your base. Mileage may vary though. Yeah, you know what? I think Mass Starlight is the future here. no reason to play this, you know, get too technical with it. Just go into more Starlights, because they're, at the end of the day, pretty impossible to stop once you've snowballed them. Enough Jaguars. Enough Jaguars. I think, why are they hitting without radar vision? That's a great point. I think there are, well, there's radar trucks, that's for sure. Switch to the vision here of the Red Commander, you can see. Not to mention, of course, now they have the tick spam, which is providing a lot of vision, as well as the Bulls wandering forward. The green base, obviously, in shambles, though. Mass Starlight is incredibly difficult to stop. Because they can blast down any of your heavier units, it basically means you have to use lighter units. But there's so many options to deal with lighter units. Bulls have tons of AoE, the lightning, the chain lightning is great against those units. Starlights essentially force your opponent into a unit composition that is easily counterable. You can make a composition that's nearly impossible to beat. One of the few compositions that is just uniquely difficult to deal with all the way around. The red team takes the victory. In the end, it will be the Starlights. The Starlights, the Bulls, the Jaguars, and most importantly of all, of course, the humblest, tiniest, cutest unit of them all, the Tick, help take the victory here for the red team. Going to be a lovely victory here for the Americans in, round number 3, U.S. versus the Netherlands. An excellent showing overall. USA, USA, USA. Well played by the Netherlands. Happy to see them getting out and playing. Retweet, of course, a channel favorite for a long time here, and we have plenty of other memorable names that we get to see today. I'm very excited about it. One of those things for me that means a lot is seeing the community come out and play these games, enjoy each other's company, and enjoy bashing each other in the head as we get to watch a whole bunch of these top-tier games. Speaking of top-tier games, UK versus Germany should be coming up very shortly here. Let me go ahead and switch you over to the bracket so you can see what I see. Right here in the middle of Group B, in round 4 of Group B, we have, Germany versus UK. Germany 2 versus UK 2. Should be very, very good. We also have Finland versus Greece, which I bet will be a great game. I was very impressed with, Finland versus Greece. Looks like France and Latvia never reported their scores, but that's okay. We are moving into round number 4. 4 of 9 means we've just now. When? Then. When was then? Just now. Very excited for the Spaceballs 2 that supposedly is underway. Oh boy, I'm losing it, aren't I? What was I even talking about? I don't even remember at this point. I'm glad to see everybody out here playing. UK 2 versus Germany 2, and then let me see here. Yeah, we've got we've got the grudge match coming up again. We've got the US versus UK in round 5, so we'll definitely want to catch that match. UK took it in the first round. Looks like they're setting up this lobby here for Netherlands versus the UK, actually, which should be actually might be a game worth watching. We might just stick around and see how this game goes. Nah, let's find the US versus Germany. US versus Germany is Group B, round 4. Group B. Working hard. That's Germany versus France. Searching. Well, the Germany versus France game is still ongoing, so we might be able to catch the tail end of that, but I really don't want to miss this UK versus Germany game. That's going to be a lot of fun. Looks like we have a couple of games gearing up here, actually. Yeah, Netherlands versus the UK. I mean, we might just stick around and watch that. We've got some top-tier contenders here from the Netherlands, so maybe we'll just stick around and enjoy the show here. As, we've got high gain Randy Shamoon, and Elmer Fudd from the UK, and then we've got Zeeberg, Quaif, and Mirrored and Retweet from the Netherlands. There was also another one that looked pretty good. Where did those guys get off to? I don't see them. I also don't see this Germany versus the UK game. Maybe taking a little bit of an intermission, those two teams, or something like that. Not the end of the world. They deserve a little break as much as the rest of us. Shall we watch Central Europe versus Eastern Europe? Alright. Alright, you convinced me. There we go. One of the fun things is that my mouse disappears whenever I switch screens here. Why does it happen? I could not tell you. All I know is I've gotten very good at navigating the Beyond All Reason menu without a mouse, or without being able to see my mouse, I should say. I can do it by instinct at this point, which probably means I can do it blindfolded, which is... probably means I play too much of this game. Good problems? You can tell me. And with that, we are finished with the caffeine drink. Moving on to good old-fashioned water. You guys remember that time way back in the day when it was like Messi or Ronaldo, some famous soccer player, football player, they put a Coca-Cola bottle in front of him, like, you know, targeted advertising essentially, like, hey, look, Coca-Cola bottle next to good soccer player. Buy more Coca-Cola, you will. he picked it up and he put it on the ground, and he picked up a water bottle and put it on there, and he just went, agua. And everybody lost their minds. Coca-Cola stock plummeted by like 2% that day, or it was insane. It was insane. I remember watching that video, like, there's no way, like, the effect, the devastation that this will have on Coca-Cola will be unreal, and it was like, within that day they had lost 2%, and then it was like, they, like, lost a total of, like, 6 or something. I was like, that is crazy. That is actually crazy. Muting myself every once in a while to blow my nose. Believe me, I'm sparing you. I'm sparing you from the devastation. I know you guys like the soothing sound of the Brightworks voice. ASMR. Looks like we're going to be going for a little bit of a thug rush into a T2 transition. Very good. Might be a first opportunity of the day to actually check out some bot play. Vehicles. Well, that's one of the interesting things about this map is, yeah, vehicles are going to be great in and around these little flat areas on the southern side, and then, you know, kind of back where these bases are. It's not really hills per se. It kind of looks like hills, but it's not really hills. It's pretty much, it's basically flat, but there's these choke points right here.
Battle ended.
Guess battle has ended as we head back to the lobby here. Apparently one of the commanders not able to join right there. No worries. Surrender then. Apparently there's a little bit of a glitch going on, some instability, as some might put it. Taking a look through some of the games right here just quickly to see if I really badly want to catch that Germany 2 versus UK 2. I think it'd be pretty good. Is this at Germany 2 versus Finland? Oh. Oh, are they already on round 5? Oh, dang. Group C, Central Europe versus Eastern Europe. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. This is, yeah, a little bit strange. Okay. These guys are getting off track here. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket. I'll tell you what I'll do. What I'll really do is refresh the bracket. That way we can make sure that everything is up to date right here. Might just need a little quick refresh. Another one of the interesting things about the way that this bracket works is that we can actually have, like, we can have the games, we can have different rounds happening at the same time, which is really weird. Not used to that, not from the Swiss tournament anyway, or the Swiss format anyway. So we'll try and line up round 4 here. Yeah, so we've still got unreported scores from round 4 for a bunch of these guys. Looks like we are looking for a game right now, but I'm going to try and find something. Sweden versus Latvia and Canada versus Central Europe. We'll go ahead and head into... we will go ahead and head into Sweden versus Latvia. There we go. Oh. Oh, yeah. 13 minutes. Oh, they might have just called GG. 13-minute long game, and they were playing on Paradise Lost. Ready for battle, says Kim Schwarzbach. Glad to hear it. What is going on here? Yeah, okay, there we go. Yep, battle just ended. Battle ended. Never mind. Never mind. Well, I'm a little bummed I missed that game. It looks like it was a little bit imba. We'll go ahead and check out Canada versus Central Europe then. 8 minutes into their match, they are playing on DSDR as well, which is pretty cool. Moment of appreciation for what a banger soundtrack Beyond All Reason has. For me, as a avid gamer, as somebody who games quite gamerly, if you don't have a killer soundtrack, your game is never going to do it for me. It'll be great, it'll be a phenomenal experience, but if the soundtrack isn't popping, it just isn't going to work right. I don't know what it is, it just doesn't work right. That's just how it is. I don't make the rules, I just make the rules. Landmine action, a little hot landmine action coming out here. I forgot these guys could even build landmines. Apparently the console here can build little medium landmines. Is that new? I could have swore the console could not build landmines before. That must be new. Yeah, medium mines. What do you know? I guess because the Twitcher can build mines. Was that part of the changes? Hold on, pardon me while I look at this for myself. Anything about some Legion changes, but I don't see anything about Spybots are EMP immune again. That's great. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Well, apparently it's not new. If it was changed quite a while ago. Apparently I'm not an avid Armada vehicle gamer, I guess. Casper Sky. 13 open skill German hero right here.
Commander
And down they
destroyed.
go. One of our Eastern European commanders does fall. A big force of T1 units being built up right here. It looks like we are queued up for T2 eventually. Where's that T2 con at? Oh, there it is. It's in the main base of the Yellow Commander. So 10 Rotator 10.
Commander destroyed.
10 Rotator 01, I mean. A little comm snipe on this side, or on the northern side once more. Yeah, this is not looking good here for the red team. All of a sudden there's a Legion player on the southern side. That's interesting. We've got those Lances, the T1 long-range skirmisher anti-air rail cannon trucks, firing away their magnetic accelerator lance. It's always been a bit strange to me that these things don't do kind of a linear AoE. You know what I mean? Like, they fire through a unit and then do a bunch of damage to, like, the, you know, first 3 units they hit in a line or something like that. LR is trying their best, but they're really not a skirmisher tank like this. They're a fast assault light tank. They're definitely made for speed and high damage, not necessarily brawling with a whole handful of pawns. More than a handful, really. An army of pawns. 25 of them moving towards the purple base right now. Realizing that basically all that's up and running at this point is a couple of those lightning tanks. Sure, it can come in to try and save the day, but really, not a lot they can do. You know, I say that as they do a whole bunch. Okay, well, those shuriken actually made a huge difference right there. I'm fairly surprised. I thought they were going to be shot down by the pawns pretty easily, but no, they actually worked out quite nicely. The purple base still falls, so this is still a big issue right here for the blue team. Wow, don't call it a comeback, ladies and gentlemen, but my goodness, how much damage have we done? Cracking that defensive line right here. Sir Ice Cream forced to build a lab on the front line. Going into one of those good old-fashioned bot labs. Delphi nearly losing it right there as the commander tried to step forward. Oh, that beaver turret is so dangerous. The last thing you want to do is blow up your commander right outside your opponent's base, gift them 1,000 metal, and then, yeah, just, you know, walk away with it. Oh no, I think that might be exactly what we're about to see. Delphi in a bunch of trouble. All of a sudden, lightning tanks have found the commander. One D-gun connects with some of them, but boom, goes the green commander. Well, okay. Hero Pawn, by the way, in the background is sniping metal extractors. Should probably continue to snipe metal extractors. Purple commander reclaiming a whole bunch of metal right here. There is, wow, quite a lot of metal to reclaim, actually, across a gigantic reclaim field. About 4,000 before taxes. Always been a thing. Consoles could always build medium mines. I know this is 3 minutes late news, but, huh. Somehow I'd never realized. How does OS work? Zell187 asking, how does OS work? I'll break it down for you, Mark. Basically, you can think of OS kind of like a ladder ranking, right? So like in a, you know, in a game like League of Legends or something, right? You have your ranking, and then just when you get to a certain threshold, you level up to like a new you know, tier. You know, you go from like, you know, iron to gold to diamond, or, you know, whatever it is, like typical ranking thing. Bar doesn't really have that. Bar doesn't really have that at all. Basically, OS is a global comparison. So it compares you to the highest person and the lowest person, and they set basically the upper echelon and the lower echelon set the rating, like, bar, I guess you could say. No pun intended, by the way. Essentially what that is to say is that there's kind of a... Essentially the way it works... I'm getting ahead of myself. So basically the way it works is when you play a game, based on how high OS the people you're playing are, it will determine if you win or lose how much OS you gain. Which is not a revolutionary concept or anything, but it's important because if you play a bunch of games in like noob lobbies, you're not going to gain as much OS as if you play with the pro lobbies, which is one of those reasons why sometimes what you'll see are people with very high open skill and very low chevron count, or vice versa. Red team, by the way, overwhelmed by the pressure here. Makes a lot of sense. The blue team got their T2 mexes up and running, the AGO up and running. It was excellent aggression through the southern side, but Ice Cream managed to hold long enough. And the blue team does take the victory here. Our Canadian heroes managed to walk away with it. Yeah, maybe I'm overcomplicating things. Maybe it suffices to say OS is basically your skill rating, your skill ranking, but it goes hand in hand with these over here, which are the chevrons. These are just a raw measure of how much time you've spent in the game. And I do believe that counts replays as well, but I think replays count as halftime. So you get 0.5 credit for watching replays, and then you get full credit for actually playing the game or spectating games. And essentially what that means is, combined, you can kind of get a picture of how good or bad somebody is. The weird thing about OS, though, is that everyone starts at 17. So for whatever reason, everybody starts at 17 OS and then goes up or down from there. But it's one of the reasons why sometimes you'll see these 17 OS, 1 chevron people in a lobby, and it's like, oh, well, you know, they have 1 chevron, but they have 17 OS. That's pretty good. I mean, it's better than, like, 0. No, that actually is 0. And if they got lower than 17, it means that they started at 17 and then lost a bunch of games and got lower. And if they're higher than 17, it means they've won, obviously. So, yeah, it's a trick to read. But it is one of those things you learn about beyond a reason as you start to, you know, kind of piece it together. It's not too bad. It's a lot of people blow it out of proportion, you know, say it's a little bit cumbersome. It's not that bad. Ooh. Let's see. There's a couple of games going on right here, but I think the one that we're going to take a look at is right here. As we get underway here in, this is, let me see, this was Greece versus the UK, I believe. Already moving into their round five matches. Just double check some stuff.
Battle started.
Double checking everything, making sure everything looks all good and nice and snazzy. And it sure does. Seems like everything is proceeding a-okay, which is pretty cool to see. Alright. Let's see, this is the... yeah, there we go. That's what
Commander destroyed.
Alright, let me... oh, sorry, let me switch over to the... just realized we're not on... no, not that. There we go. There's the game. Alright. Spawning on the southern side, we have the UK team made up of Raxel Flying Ducks, C380 or C3 oh no, sorry, C3BO and VDB going up against the Greek team, Green Fox, Snipe Busher, Zaptong, and Spoolkip. One of the teams that I have I underestimated. I underestimated the Greece team. I wasn't expecting as big of a showing. A bunch of names that aren't as popular, aren't as big. And you know what? They've shown off a impressive level of technical skill recently that definitely demonstrates that they've been practicing hard. Showing off a lot of really good stuff. I've been really excited to see what they're going to show off next. I think that there's a lot of potential here, and it's interesting. Their strategies have been interesting. Their aggression has been high, which is always cool to see. There's a lot of good stuff going for them, so it's definitely promising. I'm very excited to see where a lot of these commanders end up. I think Zaptong showed off a really competent level of skill in one of the other games with a bunch of that aggression. Those run-bys were phenomenal. Yeah, the team as a whole was actually performed really, really well. Way out of their OS league, right? They're going up against these commanders that have, you know, 2, sometimes 3 times the OS value of them. And holding their own, which is incredible. That really is a testament to their hard work. Resbot does lose his life on the front line. We are now marching our way into what can only be described as the tankiest bot warfare there is. It's thugs versus maces. The important part here is that you keep your snowball intact. So I actually don't like this. I don't like the spread out maces here. I think we need to consolidate all of them. The reason being, you use them to defend the resbots that pick up the fallen corpses. OS equals orangutan skill. Correct. Absolutely correct. You're 100% right. That is exactly what that is, yeah. Rexel moving in right here, wearing the little goblin hat for winning a Fight Night tournament. Very cool. We've gone into Decurion spam, which is very annoying to deal with, very difficult to fight. Decurions are the Legion heavy assault tank, armored assault tank. They have super high HP and a big Gatling cannon that makes them quite difficult to deal with. They are fairly repairable as well, as we'll see this commander zip this guy back. Wow, they really need a build power nerf or something. That is crazy how quick they can repair those. Oh man. So a full health Decurion has about 2,500 HP. That commander just restored every single ounce of HP in a matter of like 15 seconds, maybe less than that, 10 seconds or something. Now in a straight up one-to-one battle, maces versus thugs, the thugs do win it. That's why I like the inclusion right here of a couple of these rocket bots. Just a little bit of extra damage at range so that we can contribute. We can start firing first and then stop firing last. We do have a little bit of a play though. The blue commander going into a T2 transition at this point, trying to sneak out a T2 laboratory here, using the funds from the team. Those Decurion, man, they are so tough to deal with, yeah. Aside from a D-gun, a like well-placed D-gun through all this, remember this is a whopping 1,500 metal worth of Decurion, by the way. This is not a cheap army at all. A giant D-gun could be the connection that's needed in order to make this work. Ooh, Green Fox. Oh, Green Fox in so much trouble. Oh, the thugs on the high ground. Oh, are they gonna get it? Boom goes the blue commander. Oh, what a kill right there. The blue comm goes down and takes out literally everything. Every single mace goes up in smoke. Oh, no. That was about the best snipe that VDB could possibly hope for. Green Fox calls the resign vote immediately as the pink forces march forward with literally zero pushback. Contest, that's the word I was looking for. No contest here. Oh man, that hurts. That hurts so badly. On the left-hand side, things were going all right, but this right-hand side had completely crumbled. And with the T2 lab not quite finished up yet, T2 mechs is of course not finished either.
Battle ended.
Yeah. VDB well and away earning the golden cow for pushing forward with those thugs, finding the exact right moment to push that commander. Green Fox going up in smoke, blowing up the entirety of the composition right there was a brutal play and an excellent way to secure victory right there. DME VDB showing us some stellar gameplay, some stellar micro right there. Lovely, lovely stuff. All right, well, that's a quick and decisive end to this tournament match here between UK and Greece. UK team does manage to take the victory here, so that means that they will be moving on after, I suppose, their next opponent, Finland, finishes up their match against Germany here. We'll go ahead and just see if there's any other games going on here. Let's see, we have France versus the US, Latvia versus France, Finland versus Germany. Well, that's a good-looking game. Netherlands versus the UK. Kind of want to just watch one on a map we haven't quite seen yet. How about Paradise Lost? Yeah, 6 minutes into a game on Paradise Lost. This could be anything. This could be comm drops. This could be, not resbots. What are they called? This could be hovercraft. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Oh man.
Battle started.
Sometimes it's the weirdest things that go out of my mind. Like it's just, you know, in one ear and way out the other. Alright, we are settled well into this game. 4 minutes and 17 seconds. We've essentially skipped past the most boring part of this game, which is great. Trilos in a little bit of trouble. The yellow commander actually shows its head right there, unfortunately. Means it takes a whole bunch of extra damage from the cannons and the depth charges. Ooh. Alright, that's a very quick way to snipe that commander.
Died.
Brutal. A little bit of flanking damage actually on this guy as well is pretty nice. That's one of the reasons why I like this composition. You just go 1-to-1 skater to... Well, okay, the friendly fire hurts. If you go 1-to-1 comp of skaters and Corsair, the destroyers, what it means... Whoa, snipe the mechs. Snipe the mechs. Oh, no, we're not going to snipe the mechs? Oh, yikes. Okay. Easy call for us to make as a spectator, but that's a little bit... You know, yeah. Blossom not actually thinking about it right there. Little bit of a misplay. Still a very successful early attack, early engagement right there, but yeah, just a little bit of a misplay. Anywho, mosquito gunships are up and running, and I've completely lost my train of thought. I don't know what I was talking about beforehand. It'll probably come back to me at some point. In the meantime, enjoy me enjoying this game. Paradise Lost is, oh yeah, I was talking about the random strategies we might see. Commander drops, you could go for like weird turret drops or stuff like that. Mosquitoes are definitely considered somewhere in there as the as a weird random type of unit you could be making. They are the Legion T1 gunship, and they don't do much damage, but they can do just enough damage to snipe, for instance, like a metal extractor or a wind turbine. Some of the lightest, cheapest T1. Nice repair micro right here by Teriyaki Tylo. Or Tilo. Yeah. Basically necessary. So this is what, you know, modern Navy battles look like. They don't want you to know, but this is what peak masculine Navy battles look like. This is what peak Navy looks like. It's Spooter Friend going up against Teriyaki here. So we've got, like, the skill level difference is equivalent between the top and the bottom, which is pretty funny. Interestingly, also, we have Armada in both cases. We have Armada for the entire blue team in the water here versus Cortex all in the water here for the red team, who have actually gone for a co-op lab. The blue team going for 2 laboratories, one in the north, one in the south. The red team, yeah, just using one lab. If this commander can detonate underneath all these units, it would all have been worth it. Oh, he's trying. Oh, he might get it.
Commander
Boom goes the
destroyed.
commander. Hey, that's more than enough damage. Yeah, nicely done. All of a sudden, destroyer can move in here. The skaters as well. Start firing away right here. Blasting apart a whole bunch of these boats. Oh, I was talking about the composition. That's what it was. Haha, I told you I'd remember. Yeah, so when you build those skaters, it means that you can put them around the other side of the boat and then start flanking. And then your Corsair actually do a ton more damage. Super effective composition because of that. And all that said and done, the res sub here is going to really make all the difference. So much metal going back to the red commander to produce those boats. Build power is scaling here as wind is handed out. Wouldn't mind a underwater e-storage just to make sure that we have enough power to actually deal with all this. Meanwhile, Teriyaki is pushing forward right here. We've definitely hit that threshold where we can start to engage a little bit more aggressively. It's always a balance, right? You have to make sure that you have just enough units to engage aggressively, and then once their reinforcements come out, you got to pull back a little bit, reinforce your own numbers, and then push forward again. It's a dangerous dance that many commanders know how to do and hate how to do. Love the repairs right here from Blossom on this northern side, though. Yeah. Really spectacular. Looks like the red sub was sniped here as well. Somewhere along the lines, or it was pulled back. I'm not entirely sure. Where are the red subs here for the Cyan Commander is my question. I'd be curious to know. We also don't have any of these mexes up and running, which is definitely a blunder. Does it matter ultimately in the face of this overwhelming aggression and superiority on the southern side? I'm not sure. Spooter friend, yeah, begging for reinforcements, I'm sure, but just doesn't have any. We have a single destroyer making its way through the middle. These guys are finding mexes and just trying to snipe them. We have a, what do we have on land? We have some air cons that have gone for some cheeky plays. Looks like the anti-air missiles from those skaters will be enough to clear those out, though. Res subs here, again, making all the difference. Repairing boats when possible, and of course reclaiming as much as they can. Commander here should be grabbing mexes and reclaiming too. Yeah, what? Oh man, the res sub. Oh, Blossom, no. Oh no. Oh, did we not? Oh, okay, we did see it. If that res sub had snuck around and gone into the yeah, the corpses there of the commanders, I don't think he would have. I don't think he would have seen it. I think the red commander might have gotten away with eating up that metal. Fortunately for the blue team, I suppose. Not the case. Destroyers have to be careful. Like I said, the reinforcement bonus is huge here, so yeah, they're forced into the retreat. You have the advantage on the retreat with these long-range naval units. They can fire away a lot further than your opponent can. Your opponent has to shoot to catch up with you. You just have to place the shell back there, and it'll figure itself out. Yeah, that is a prize of metal lying at the bottom of the ocean right there. Nearly 2,500 metal, just waiting. Still, seeing these mexes not killed here too hurts. Yeah. Volley after volley of these gunboats firing away here. These destroyers. It's funny that Teriyaki has said, well, you know what? Why build a composition of skaters and destroyers when I can just build a composition of destroyers? We do have a res sub here, by the way, and it isn't resing or reclaiming, which is a bit odd to me. Teriyaki, oh, okay, we are spamming out a bunch of res subs at this point. Under the sea. Under the ground, actually. Hopefully, yeah, there we go, okay. Eventually it'll come up to the surface. We are going to reclaim, okay. Repair command, again, restoring a whole bunch of life to these boats is quite nice. Nowhere near as OP as the life restored to the Decurions, but yeah. Still very, very useful. The blue team, so one of the issues with these naval battles, the blue team is on the back foot, and there's not a great way for them to claw their way back out of this. Finally, somebody will start. Oh my goodness, we're gonna build a construction tower. All right, I guess it's for the repair as well. Is quite nice. Ruben CO says, just came across this game yesterday. Looks too cool. I would have to agree with you here. We'll give you some close-up shots just for saying that. Your reward is the close-up shot of the oppressors firing away. Look at those naval boats go. They will also shake themselves from side to side when they fire, like, yeah, perpendicular, however. See them wiggle side to side ever so slightly. Super, super cool. Yeah, the boats in this game look awesome. I actually think all the units in this game look pretty awesome, but maybe I'm biased. Maybe as one of the longtime commentators for this game, maybe I'm a little bit biased. Going on, what, 2.5 years now or something like that? Yeah. Is it close to 3 years? It actually might be close to 3 years at this point. Wow. 3 years of Brightworks. I should probably make a video or something, huh? Tribute video for all the units that we lost along the way. The amphibious demon. The juggernaut head bolted to a truck. Never forget the... I don't even know what it was called. The jug scrap or whatever it was called. Jug scrapper or jug head or something like that. Yeah. There we go. We are reclaiming... Oh, I see. We're just producing a forward laboratory. Oh. Dolphins being produced rapidly here just to harass down these units, basically. We're taking an inefficient trade, but doing it so close to the base that it really doesn't matter. These units are forced into retreat. And now autopilot's in danger. Yeah, Red Commander was the res bot. Oh, nice play right there. Sacrificing the low health destroyer to detect it. Pink Commander goes down as well. The Blue Navy is encroaching. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after a hard-fought battle, it does look like the German team is moving in for the kill. The kill. A bold hold right here from our red team. But they throw in the towel. GG is called right there as overwhelming numbers of destroyers do eventually push forward for the victory. And you know what? I think it all stems from this northern side. I think that early aggression, those early kills on those early destroyers snowballed eventually into an overwhelming force on that side. Some phenomenal trades on the southern side, don't get me wrong. This was just great play on the southern side. Great repair micro, great firing micro. But this was, yeah. This was, I mean, I got my fix. This was a Navy game. That's all I'm saying. This was a Navy game. A lot of people hate Navy games for this, but oh yeah, look at that. So you can see this is an example of you know, the red team sharing all the resources to the red commander, but couldn't quite keep up with the dual economies here of the blue team. Not bad whatsoever. Alright, let's head out of here. We will go ahead and check the multiplayer section and just see if there's any other games going on. Looks like there is a France versus US game going. 20 minutes? My goodness. Alright. We will leave that match. We will go ahead and let them be. Instead, we'll take a look at the bracket once more. As we zip on over to this direction, we are in round 4/5 of the tournament here. That was Germany 2 versus Finland. And Germany managed to take the victory there, so congratulations to them for that. We have, let's see here, US versus Eastern Europe. We should be heading into, I believe, UK versus US any time now. And I'm very, I mean, I have to catch that game. As a US, the UK will forever be my greatest ally and my greatest enemy. You can't ask any more of me. I'm just a man. DSD 8-way. I don't think that's quite the exact one that we're supposed to be playing here today. Greece versus Germany. Looks like that's about to get underway. That's a round 6 match, actually. Looks like Netherlands versus US has already been determined as well. Looks like UK, sorry, Netherlands versus UK. UK took the win. Go ahead and show you. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we can see. So, waiting on this game right here. This, UK versus US, number 1 versus number 1. So these are both the A teams right here for the US and the UK. Going to be going up against each other here. Just waiting to see, because this is going to be a pretty crazy game. The reason it's not going is because, well, you know, I guess we may as well try and rejoin this match. It's a 22-minute long match on Otago. Again, could be anything. Probably full-blown T3. I'm guessing with at least a couple air, maybe some nukes or something. I don't know. Yeah, could really genuinely be anything. Yeah, this is
Battle started.
the reason why the UK versus US game is going on, is because the US is completely distracted by a 22-minute long game on Otago. Let me go ahead. Catching up right now. Usually don't like to show this part because it can give people headaches. A little bit of motion sickness as, yeah, all these units zip around at lightning speed here. But we're pretty much there. Okay. Means perfect. Actually, you know what? We're not even really close. This game was at 22 minutes when I last saw it. It's yeah. Seems to be going the distance here. Are these gladiators? They are gladiators. Wow. So we've got a proper Legion T2 late game. We've got gladiators on the southern side here as well. Couple of anti-air. We've got a bunch of mosquito gunships building up right now. It looks like we are headed towards a well, push in the midsection here. Yeah, loads of these units. Do we have anti-air or something? Oh, okay. Well, there it is. Looks like we caught up just in time to watch the very end here. As the blue team, the U.S. team, does take victory here in a hard-fought back-and-forth game. My goodness, 21 minutes on that game, and that fries your brain a little bit for sure. For sure, that fries your brain when you're watching that and you're looking at that and you're just like constantly focused, hyper locked in every single second. Yeah, suddenly you end up in a really stimulated state. Oh man. All right, well that does mean that U.S. versus UK should be underway shortly here. They might want a small break. Let's see if US versus UK is up quite yet. Doesn't look like it. Just hop back to the bracket for a quick second here. That was... What game was that? That was the US versus France, I believe? Yeah. Yeah, it must have been US versus France. Okay. US versus France. So now they've wrapped up that match, and so they should be heading into UK versus US 1. We also have a couple other games going on right here. It looks like round 6 is already underway for Group B. Germany versus... UK 2 versus Finland, rather. It's going to be right here. Thought I saw Germany 2 versus Greece starting as well. Oh, looks like they haven't quite started yet. Okay, so they're getting ready. Getting quite ready, but not quite there yet. Germany versus Latvia, Sweden versus France. That's going to be a good game as well. But I'm holding out. I'm holding out hope. Holding out hope that I can see this US versus UK game. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. All right. This is going to be a good one. You know it's gonna be a good one. And we are up to bands. Can I show off this cool artwork really quick one more time? Oh no, that's not it. Hold on. There we go. There we go. I love it. I love the Nation Wars artwork. Yeah, I don't know. I think it looks pretty cool. It's got the cool, like, red versus blue kind of going on. It actually reminds me a lot of Command and Conquer, I feel like. Alrighty. Looks like the first map to be banned will be Altered Divide. Alright. Off to a ripping start right here as we get rid of Altered Divide, the map with a whole bunch of choke points, those big mountain areas and big flat areas in between. Looks like Altered apparently not up to the tastes here of the US team. Pardon me, of the UK team. No. Yeah, the US team. Get my team leaders mixed up here. There we go. You can watch the bans and picks with me. One of the issues is basically when you end up in a situation with this many commanders, things can take a little longer. more people in the pot, more something. Sunrinse is out. Okay, interesting. So we've got Altered Divide and Sunrinse gone. Who is going to ban Paradise Lost? I always love it when they don't, because it's like a check, right? You're like, all right, I'm not gonna ban it. Will you ban it? I'm down if you're down, bro. I'm down if you're down, bro. Oh, man. We are well past our halfway mark here for today. Awesome to see these commanders getting into the spirit of the game here. We are, I guess, 2/3. Oh, Shaman banned Paradise. All right. All right. Ruin my dreams, why don't you? Okay. Well, Paradise is out. Sunrinse is out. And Altered Divide is out, which does leave Aurelia, Delta Siege Drive, Downs of Destruction, and Ortego. Now, I don't know what it is about Ortego being picked so often, because it should be randomized. Yeah, look. They got Ortego again. How does this keep happening? I don't understand. It should be, we should be seeing some other map, but we just get Ortego. I'm gonna go to bed tonight. I'm gonna close my eyes, and it's gonna be there. A 1-to-1 recreation of Ortego. Standing in front of me. I have no idea. I have no idea how this keeps happening. But okay. As we head into this this rematch here between the UK and the US, the grudge match to settle the score here. So, UK took the point in the first one. It's a heavy hit. Heavy hit, I can't lie. It is essentially a best of 3 because I believe they will see each other once more at the very end of this tournament. Yeah, in round 8 they will find each other once again. So this is match point. If UK takes the point here, then they've won the best of 3. But they will also have the option to clean sweep with a 3-0 win, which you know, is just for the flex and all that. I think that this is a pretty. I think this is going to be a pretty good game. I think it's going to be pretty well contested right here between all these different commanders. Pro Elmer Fudd, Pro Highgain, Pro Randy, and Pro Shaman going to be representing here the UK team. Looks like we have our blue team loading in at the moment, but it will be Rowan Morse, Zacruz, Bacon Dude, and who's our last guy? Come on. Show it. It's right here. Come on. There we go. It's Zhao. So we've got an admin, we've got a tournament winner, and we've got Bacon Dude. We've got 2 tournament winners and 2 silver chefs. So take what you will with this. But numerically speaking, one of these teams looks a little bit shy for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Bacon Dude plays better than a 9OS, so I don't know what's going on with this situation right here. But maybe he had a rough start, you know, maybe played a bunch of games at 17 OS and lost a bunch of games at 17 OS, went down to 9 and got locked in right there, never allowed out. Because that's another thing, is the uncertainty. There's a value called uncertainty, and it basically means you as it decreases, your ability to move up or down decreases. You don't move as much for a win or a loss, which is kind of weird because, like, I don't know, I feel like you should always be able to move the exact same amount, but again, OS is not really a ranking system. It's not meant like that, but that's kind of how it's used. Oh, well, there go my headphones. I just unplugged them by... You can't hear anything. I've gone deaf. There we go. I recently relocated. I moved the whole desk, the whole recording studio, everything. There probably is not much of an audio difference. It's pretty similar to the old setup, but one of the things is that my headphone cord is now just in a different location, and that means I don't notice it all the time. There we go. Okay. Alrighty then.
Battle started.
Battle started. And we're making our way into round 5. Round 5. This was held up a little bit. That last 22-minute long game, yeah, definitely slowed things down ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. But not the end of the world, of course. A good game is as a good game is. Do we have... Oh, we have Big Fellas and LDM, yeah. Everyone wants to see this match. Rowan has audio problem. Tac pause OP. Little bit of a pause game here as they try and figure out what's going on. Yeah, no, this is, I mean, maybe worth mentioning, but yeah, all these commanders are going to have been in a voice chat with each other this whole time, and then, of course, going forward, I'm gonna perma clear the drawings there. There we go. Yeah, all these commanders will have been in a will have been in a voice chat with each other, so they, you know, have clear communication. They know what's going on. They can yell at each other. They can scream for air support. All that good stuff. We're taking fire. Doo, 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 doo. We need air support. Doof, 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 doof. All that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? They can make silly sound effects. They could be like, I'm about to push in. Like little engine noises, like their rovers are going to war. All that good stuff. All that good stuff you do when you're playing bar in a voice chat. Yeah, it's going to be great. Not being able to hear it, certainly a disadvantage, and not one that I feel like is unfair to fix, for sure. For the most part, though, these guys are going to basically be going for the same kind of strategies we've seen before. It looks like mostly going for a little bit of like an eco overflow kind of strategy where one commander just kind of builds forward and builds eco. The other commanders just go ahead and pump out a whole bunch of units, and it looks like on the northern side, Highgain and Elmer Fudd are both going to be working in tandem to build, well, for one, a bunch of construction turrets, which is quite nice. For two, a whole bunch of units. Yeah, grunts being pumped out in mass to try and explore the universe and go gather as many resources as possible. Resbot here, reclaiming the 800 or so metal left in stones on the hillside here. Why those stones are chock full of metal and other stones are not? That's a question for the geologists. I have a very limited understanding of geology, but one of the things that I always appreciated the most was the way that you could look at the way that a stone is formed and tell what was the newest stuff by what was the oldest stuff based on the layering. So you could see, like, from top to bottom, up to down, you could see how old something was, right? Because the oldest stuff is on the bottom, and the newest stuff is deposited at the top. But there are also these weird things that happen where things will like cut across the face of these layers, and you can see those too. And that happens all the time with like mineral deposits and stuff. And then they end up creating this like intersecting face, and so you can put together this pattern of like, oh, okay, well, 7 million years ago there was a limestone deposit that got cut through by a granite slab that was, you know, that slid its way down into this portion of the earth. And I don't know. It was really random, but also very interesting. One of those weird things I didn't expect to like nearly as much as I did. Maybe I should have picked that as a career. I could have narrated various rocks and geologic shapes and whatnot. No, I think I'd much rather watch Beyond All Reason. So far, a decent bit of aggression, mostly actually just a good bit of scouting here. Yeah, not too many mexes go down. The grunt defense has been phenomenal, and yeah, look at that. Okay, we are burning the trees. A little bit of scorched earth is kind of how I feel about that. Burning the trees down, and like I said, this does technically do a little bit of damage. There you go. You can see that grunt is damaged here. 98% HP. Phew. Dangerous. Now Legion went and weaponized that. They turned it into Promethium. Promethean? No, Promethium. Yeah. That's what, apparently in Warhammer 40k, that's their official fuel source. Something very, very similar to that. Makes a lot of sense for here, too. I like to imagine that on some degree that's what Legion heat rays are as well. They're not actually just straight up microwaves. They have like a superheated, ultra high-speed jet of combustibles being shot at you. Excuse me. Sir, your backline. It's in tatters. Didn't even notice that the backline had been completely sundered here. Oh my goodness. The wind turbines are fallen. Well, at least we have an overcharge mech, so it's kind of like you didn't lose the regular mechs here. Kind of. Anyway, yeah. What a rough state all of a sudden right here. Yeah, Green Commander. About to lose a whole lot more, though. Rocket bots slowly but surely marching forward here. They have a little bit of a vision boost, the yellow ones, that is, from their commander who's standing right next to and provides a bunch of vision for those rocket bots. There we go. As they step forward, they will gain a little bit more vision. They will probably be able to fire a little bit better, but these ballista, you gotta be careful with them because they kind of can die pretty easy. Despite being a medium bot, they're still a siege bot. They're still a rocket bot. Love the Phobos, by the way. Phobos are, again, very difficult to deal with. Probably the right answer here. The green economy is so terribly e-stalled at the moment. These overcharge mexes are very, very difficult to build. 1% HP. Oh no. Did we ever kill that grunt? Oh, we did. Okay, eventually. It killed a wind turbine, but it did eventually go down. The first successful aggression I feel like we've seen all day. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, look at this. Just going into mass wind turbine here. I think that's the right idea. Absolutely. We're going mass e-store as well, which I think is great. Basically, build as many of these e-stores as you can and just bank a ton of that energy. Convert it all to metal if you have to, but yeah, just banking up a whole bunch of that energy can be super, super useful. The green economy is in shambles, though. We need to give over some of those wind turbines, I think. Now that the overcharge mexes are up and running, a bunch of this metal is actually just being handed off right now. Zakrus is clearly torn between microing and expanding. But for what it's well worth, has managed to capture all 4 metal extractors on the front line here. Important for a Legion commander, because you don't make as much metal off your regular metal extractors, so you have to be aggressive, you have to claim more metal extractors. You have to be out there on the field, and you have to, most importantly, make sure you recycle. It's great to see that we're reclaiming all these units as well, because, yeah, Legion units are either cheap or expensive. There's no, you know, medium-cost units in the Legion roster. I'll tell you what's not a cheap unit, though. It's this bad boy, rolling out of the T2 Laboratory, the Bull. Heavy assault tank that we've seen time and time again on this map as it starts to easily one-shot these goblins to pieces. Alright. Cacophony is doing a good job here, I would say. As it gains experience, you'll notice that its spread actually decreases and it becomes quite a bit more accurate. Yep, it's a losing battle. It's a losing battle, and the yellow commander knows it. This thing now has tons of experience. Let's see, plus 19% health. Maybe it doesn't gain accuracy. I don't know. I could have swore they gained accuracy as they gained experience, but maybe not. They certainly seem to fire in a line much straighter when they have a little bit of experience. An inanimate turret gaining experience is also kind of a funny idea, but we don't really have to question that too hard. We can just enjoy it. We can enjoy that idea. Oh yeah. This is pretty good. I have to type. I can't think and type at the same time. Typing takes too much brain. Have we did we rebuild this? I guess we must have. This is solid here for Zacruz. This is obviously the weaker side. You just have less metal on this side. So makes a lot of sense to go ahead and go for this. Glad to see wind turbines being set up over here. Oh, we don't have any. Oh, I see. Production has halted. Oh, okay, nice. Good catch right there from Zacruz. Manages to scare off Shaman, or Shimon, before, yeah, can actually kill this thing. Oh, lightning tank. Oh, lightning tank. Very close. 9% HP. I think if one more blast, it would have killed that comm, but it just barely managed to escape. The commander, that is. Gonna slowly regenerate back to full HP, but man, the hero of this storm has been the Cacophony for sure. Firing away a hail of bullets. Very nicely. Making it extremely difficult for, yeah, the yellow commander to push in. Eventually the T2 will overwhelm it. Eventually enough bulls will be sent over that they can push past it, but for now, it's buying very valuable time. The midsection has been cleaned up here as well, and we do have a Starlight moving out as well as a whole bunch of those bulls. Bull's actually going to be sent to the southern side. Nicely done. As well as the Starlight. Okay, great. Love that coordination right here from the teams. That's the power of the voice chat. You can actually properly coordinate, and yeah, everybody actually does their part, and when you ask for reinforcements, they actually send you some. What an idea. I theorized, I feel vindicated. I feel super vindicated because I theorized a long, long time ago that this is where Bar would go. That teamwork was always going to be the most OP strategy. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to build 4 laboratories and have those, have you know, everybody has no metal and you have 4 laboratories. You may as well get the value out of the extra 3 laboratories you could eat up and just convert it to units and send it to those commanders. There's no reason not to. There's no, you know, if there was a sharing tax or something like that, like, yeah, it would be, all of a sudden it would be an issue, but it isn't. I feel like it's fun to watch. Watching these commanders come up with ways to strategize and share resources and end up with winning strategy. Couple of ticks. Lightning tank pretty good for dealing with those, and the bull, of course, with its splash damage is quite nice as well. We are hoping to waste the shots here of the Starlights for sure. Gotta reclaim those corpses. Oh, you don't want to leave 1,000 metal lying on the floor here. Ooh, a D-gun at the very least would have been nice there from Zacruz. Retreating to the safety of the Cacophony.
Commander has died.
Oh, double commander death on the northern side. Looks like the pink and purple commanders both fall.
Commander has died.
As well as Zacruz on the southern side. The bulls push forward and manage to kill that commander. Starlight, ooh, retreating for its life. Phobos comes out here to scare back that tank. I don't think it did much. I don't think that bull was very scared. I don't know if bulls even get scared. They might not have a scared sensor. The commander death over here. Oh yeah, we sure did. The blue commander went down as well. Now we have a rattlesnake. Oh, that's a killer position on that rattlesnake too. Yeah, that denies so much space in the middle of the map here. Yeah, that's pretty good. One right there, and then one on this side somewhere over here would be really, really nice. You can even put it behind this wall and just let it fire in high arc mode up and over onto a bunch of this stuff over here. So far, though, everything looking pretty good here for the blue team. Despite losing commanders on that northern side, we're gonna reclaim. I'm a little surprised actually. I thought we might resurrect one of these. Being on one commander is a little bit suspect. Ugh. Zao, oh no. Ah. Okay, well maybe we're gonna res the commander in blue. No, okay. You leave yourself so... Okay, we are. Okay, thank goodness. You leave yourself so wide open to, like, a... two-lich bombing run commander snipe. It is horrifying. So super easy for that to go wrong so quickly. Oh, man. So many Jaguars down the drain, but you know what? Orange Comm does die. Bringing this match ever so slightly closer here. Cacophony finally overrun, by the way. Finally overrun by the forces in yellow here. Eventually the bulls did do it. Little goblins doing their best to take that bull down as well. Pitbull coming up right here. Mr. Worldwide gonna try and lock down this section. And the green commander. Are we gonna resurrect? Excuse me, are we gonna resurrect it? It's in the queue. Resbots, where have we gone? Have we gone to pieces? We may well have disintegrated into atomized mist. Yeah. That's a lot of corpses. If we were to select a constructor, I have a feeling... Yeah, nearly 11,000 metal tied up in all the wreckage right here. Very, very nice. What is that? Oh, Pitbull firing away, okay. Mr. Worldwide says, this ain't your world. And you're wide. Rattlesnake coming up too, I like that. So we got the Pitbulls for like point defense, and then we've got the Rattlesnake for doing a great job of just harassing back units, like just making sure that none of them can ever see the light of day again. Resbots pop, these freaky looking four-legged Resbots do pop, but they do reclaim a good portion of that corpse. They get the Starlight, they don't get that other bull, but that's alright. Resbots here working on this commander are really a big deal. I'd love to see the mexes taken as well. I feel like Shaman is neglecting the mexes. We do have the T2 constructor, so I guess we're going to use that to go for the T2 mex instead of the T1. Not a bad idea. An even better idea, I would say. 30 seconds on that. Actually builds pretty quick. You know, I always overestimate how long those are going to take, but yeah, with even just 300 build power from the commander, pretty quick. Yeah. Here's trouble. Thermonuki B coming in hot on the northern side. I can never really get a good shot of these. They kind of, I don't know, the camera doesn't really like, it like pans around the ground level of this thing for some reason. Oh, there we go. Coming in for a run. Boom goes the bombs right away, or the single bomb right away down onto the bulls right there. Kind of a trippy perspective seeing the bomber fly around. Oh, do we know where that commander is? Did we see the commander? Yep, Starlight gonna be the main target. Not bad. What a harrowing sound. You hear the whistle. Boom. Oh wow, we can track it all the way to its death. Wonderful. All right, definitely well worth its value, right? Like we got the we got the bulls out of there and saved the base. We got the Starlights out of there, which relieves a bunch of the harassment. So Resbot's dumping a bunch of metal here into this Starlight. When you've partially reclaimed something, you have to pay back the metal that you pulled out of it in order to reclaim. Speaking of which, ugh, not liking the having one commander thing. Not super duper cash money. Nuclear bomber coming in here as well. Oh, bombs away. Hey, nicely done. All right, snipes two of those lich, or two of those starlight rather. Is that worth it? Numerically, actually, yeah, I think so. That's it's my anyway 2,400. I think my my mouse hotkeys are on. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Anyway. For anybody that's curious, I've got 3 buttons on my mouse, and they are bound to Shift, Control, and Alt. Every Shift, Control, and Alt command in the game I have memorized via my thumb, and now can perform with one hand, essentially. So usually I just Shift select units by holding Shift with my thumb, and then clicking around on the different units. It's very, very convenient. Would recommend. Starlights have been paused here, I think accidentally.
Commander destroyed.
Probably meant to move these forward and then accidentally paused all Starlights, not just these ones. We are essentially building up to that killer Starlight ball, though, that's basically unstoppable. Honestly, losing the Geo at this point isn't even really that bad. Wind speed is still high, and we've got tons of wind turbines. I would expect to see like an APHIS or something coming up eventually, though. We're at 6,000 energy production. We could 1.3x it by... I guess it would be like a 1.5x it. Yeah, 1.5x the energy production here by just going ahead into one of those APHIS. And again, it's 9 grand you gotta dump on energy production, and is it really worth it when maybe 9 grand worth of units could win the game right now? We really need some reinforcing lightning tanks, though. Whatever once existed has long since gone. This middle area is super, super tightly locked down. Hives built in the choke point here are quite nice. I kind of feel like just putting a bunch of T2 walls down right here would be the best move. Just making sure that this really can't be pushed through. Make it super, super inconvenient to push through that. Maybe put some landmines down, all that good stuff. Meanwhile, Starlight Ball is continuing. Yeah, I think you just push... Oh yeah, there it is. I had a feeling we were going to see one of these. I love the T1 cons too. Late into the game, I like to repurpose those cons into essentially res bots. You just use them to go out and collect all this scrap, right? There's no... They're going to collect more than their value no matter what. Like 100% of the time they're going to. So you may as well, but also you can use them to grab these mexes. Like, imagine putting, what are they called? Twilights down, the little cloaked mexes. Put a couple of those down and you're in a great spot. Rattlesnake harass, by the way. Firing well into the base now of the Green Commander, trying to take out, well, at least some metal storage. Yeah, we're trying to, like, transfer the build power here. Okay. I don't mind it. It's a funny way of doing it, but it is, I mean, it is, you know, a way of doing it, and that's all that matters. I really don't know if we can afford to leave this northern side unprotected, though. We are eventually planning to get into a T3 lab. These console have been blocking it for some time now. Double APHIS up and running. Wow. We have nowhere near the E-converters to actually handle all that. Oh, it's all handed off to the blue commander. Okay, maybe hoping to push into this lower section here. That could be the case. We have a pop-up area control cluster artillery as well, the amputator. Up on the high ground actually has quite a lot of range. Probably about as much range as the rattlesnake. All said and done, those T2 do benefit from being, well, any of the plasma weapons benefit from being up on high grounds. Injured Razorback over here is nice, but obviously with as little HP as it's got, 28%, it's not going to take too much to bring it down. I think these lightning tanks alone would probably be enough. How much value has the blue team gotten out of those starlights yet? It feels like the answer is quite a
nothing. Ugh, yeah, I don't know. Vanguard going to be the weapon of choice is interesting. They're a little bit cheaper than a Razorback, but pretty expensive still. Still producing Starlights as well, which is interesting. Ah, we need to kill this Razorback. We're building static defenses. Pro Shaman hiding out in the corner over here. 6% HP on the yellow commander. We have a good old-fashioned Vanguard firing away into the distance as well. Boom! Go those plasma throwers. Spitting globules across the battlefield here, trying to deposit a gigantic snot glob onto the enemy as fast and hard as possible. Vanguard on this northern side. Gonna be a pain. Gonna be very difficult to deal with. We have more and more Starlights coming out, which is quite nice. Razorback did eventually fall. Anti-air from these bad boys is huge too. The Jaguars with their little anti-air missile. It does not do much damage, but it does enough. It does enough against the T1 light units. And suddenly we're about to discover that there's actually nothing in the midsection of this map. These grunts have just walked right through and they're like, oh, don't mind if I do. Thank you very much. Rattlesnakes and pitbulls, Vanguards and Razorbacks. I couldn't really dream of a better combination. The Razorbacks are, well, they're good at creep clearing, or creep clearing. They're good at swarm clearing, I guess. It's spam clearing. The Vanguard's obviously the perfect siege unit. They do big damage, big range, big money, big fun. There's quite a serious lack of options here for the Green Commander. Oh, but that's one of them. Hey, look at that. We've got Thanatos firing away here. So Thanatos are the Legion T2 Siege Rocket Bot. They're, what's their official title? Salvo Rocket Bot. As you can see, they fire like, almost like a miniature catapult. They fire a big barrage of missiles. And for what it's worth, they are great. They do a huge amount of damage at range. They're a very effective option against Sheldon balls, lazy Sheldon balls, where people just kind of, you know, throw the Sheldon in there willy-nilly. This is a tragic moment, though. Oh, okay, well, bombs away. We do have a, what are they called, Rapsis? The thing is, the Legion anti-air bot is actually really good. It's surprisingly like the only good anti-air bot. I think it's cheaper than the other anti-air bots too, and it does way better. It's like startlingly better. Wow, this has definitely gone the late game though. Bombers looking for the value they can find, but it is a little bit of an issue. Obviously the blue team doesn't really have air per se. They've kind of got anti-air units all over the place, but no air forces. Yeah, AA trucks doing their best. Trying to hold on as much as possible. This push on the southern side here from the Thanatos was shut down largely by the bombing runs over there. Pulsar here is very annoying to deal with as well. Yeah, I feel like you just can't break through this. I feel like you have got to just go ahead and wall it off. Shaman with the resurrected commander. Oh, okay.
Commander destroyed.
We have 100% got enough pinpointers here to target those commanders. You can see we've actually gone to 4 pinpointers. You only really need 3. Apparently we've gone to 4. Whoa, big Starlight connection over here. The chain react. Thor versus Thor action. Vanguard continuing to fire away. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Incinerator. Ready to burn. Burning them live. The incinerator is kind of like a mammoth, I guess. It's got like mammoth-esque qualities. Hey, look at that though. Those 4 Starlight putting in some work. 3 Razorbacks down is pretty good, pretty impressive. Hard to underestimate, or easy to underestimate the value that the incinerator just had, though. I mean, that was great. That thing shredded down those Razorbacks and distracted them quite nicely. Did we just have an EMP missile fire off? If we go this entire game without seeing a Thor fire an EMP missile, I'm gonna lose it. I harp on the noobs for it because, well, you know, they're noobs. They gotta learn. But to see the pros not use the EMP missile on that $9,000 tank, I mean, come on, man. Do your old pal Brightworks a favor. Use your EMP missiles. Look at the Thanatos, though. So cheeky, firing up and over the hill right here. You could, like, park them up against the hillside and then just fire at these things completely safe behind cover. They're kind of like an Arbiter in that way. They have, like, kind of a high-arcing trajectory. They're just not exactly as high-arcing. The Arbiter is like big burst damage, high arc missile. The Thanatos are more of like a wide area of effect, high arc salvo. And then sharpshooters. Sharpshooters are definitely the diametric one in this relationship now. Not that I think they should change an inch. Sharpshooters are beloved. Ladies and gentlemen, commanders and commandettes, we've got nukes. Nukes, nukes, and more nukes. Unfortunately for the blue team, it does seem like they're prepared for it. They've got anti-nukes surrounding all of their critical infrastructure. The blue base in the middle is the only thing that's really unprotected. Maybe some units here and there, like this ball of starlights and whatnot. But yeah, all said and done, not actually a great target for this nuke to go after, which is impressive. It impresses me as someone who always forgets my anti-nuke. It impresses me a whole lot. I guess, of course, the other side of that coin is you have teammates to remind you. Hey, anti-nuke reminder. Don't get blowed to bits. So much reclaim here. I wonder why we're not grabbing it. I guess primarily focused on sieging the front line here. That is a lot of Vanguard. Economy, how are we doing? 4 APHIS, not bad. We are making our way into Titans at this point. Have we got proper T3 coming up here for the red commander? It looks like we are going into Thors. And we're staying into Thors. 99 Thors up on the wall. 1 falls off. Who do you call? Ghostbusters? No, that wasn't right. That was a nuclear explosion, by the way. Big old Shinnuki bomb right in the middle of the map right there. You can see just outside the anti-nuke radius. Yeah, it takes out a bunch of starlights. Not bad. Not the end of the world here for the blue team, but certainly a little uncomfortable because all of a sudden there's kind of a gap in the pulsar armor. There is still a commander corpse, as the as Zal points out. Yeah, that's been there. Has been there, will been there. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's not a Thor EMP though. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, 32-second paralyzation on the EMP, or on the anti-nuke, I mean. Boom goes the nuclear missile, and away it goes, up into the air and down upon the righteous deserver. There it is. Beautiful cinematographic glory. Boom. Beautiful play right there from the red team, breaking the stalemate here that is this T2, T3 front line with a clever EMP tactic. Uses that good old-fashioned Armada EMP missile to take out the anti-nuke, shut it off so that the nuclear missile can connect. That's how you find some value with a nuclear missile launcher. Otherwise, I would say just reclaim this, use that 9,000 metal, 8,000 metal to build a APHIS or something. Instead, we're just going ahead and building... Wow. We are building APHIS, by the way, just in case you were curious. Like, that is a thing that's happening, but... Yeah, the red team has scaled. The blue team has not scaled quite so as much. The green commander is dead. Juno missiles are quite nice, shutting down that spam of scouts. Got a nice view of the pulsar array here. That is a difficult line to push into. Titan on the front is quite good as well here. As you can see, firing away. They are paralyzable, though. Something to be well aware of as those Thor roll around on the front line here. Titans, in fact, all of this, everything except the other Thors, of course, are completely paralyzable. You can shut them off with the EMP missiles. Oh, the big nuke connects with a bunch of the res bots. That's quite nice. On the end of the world, again, not really, you know, devastating per se. But it does hurt. Here's some of those incinerators. They're like they're a constant damage over time kind of unit, but for it they work quite nicely. Ooh, until they fire at their friend. That is a constant problem with the incinerators. They're consistently firing at their allies. Yeah, if you want to turn a heat ray beam, it is a monstrous effort. That's why those things are so sluggish. This match has well and away gone beyond the scope here of the blue team, though. It's a numbers game. It's an eco game. You can see the eco scaling is gigantic. We've got all these APHIS tucked away in the corner. Like a crazy bombing run could take all these out, and suddenly I think the red team would be in a really tricky position. I think they would absolutely lose it all of a sudden. Luckily, though, for them, I don't think the blue team has any idea where those APHIS are at. Yeah, absolutely no clue that there's even a base back here. They're pretty sure that there are other commanders in this game, but there's no saying for sure. Are we nukeable back here? Oh no, there's an anti-nuke. Oh, whew. I was worried for a second. I really was. I was like, okay. It happens more often than you'd think. A commander builds a nuclear launcher and then forgets to build their anti-nuke because they have the nuclear launcher. And they're like, okay, I have nuke. I'm safe. Not quite. Juicy connections. Vanguard trying to fire away over here. Meanwhile, Razorbacks and Thors in the midsection. Will we be stemming the flow of units heading through the midsection of the map? We are producing gunships. They don't seem to be doing much damage on their own, though, I'll say. Kind of just, Sorry, I lost my headphones again. The darn thing is so easy to pull loose. Professional commentator caster right there. Sorry, didn't mean to get in your ear. Brightworks ASMR. Roughnecks in the air. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's what I thought was going to happen. Bunch of fighters pulled. Roughnecks go down. Thors continue their push. And all is well in the world. I don't know. I can't help but wonder if, like, 5 nuclear bombers just to deter a bunch of this stuff would be a little bit better. At the very least, they can get in, drop their payload, and then get out again back to fighter cover. But it's not like the blue team really has the eco for that either. I mean, look at how many E-converters we have relative to the amount of APHIS that there are. It's nowhere near enough. We need 5 more APHIS to even start filling this. Anti-nuke does finally function, takes it down. Little EMP missile right there does stun a whole bunch of this. Oh, nice EMPs there. Very nice EMPs there. Okay. Glad we saw some Thors getting some good use here. Good old-fashioned Thor battle, but yeah, the Thors EMPing the Vanguard here is huge, because those Vanguard, I mean, obviously they're meant to be a long-range siege unit, so it's difficult to catch them oftentimes, but If you can paralyze them, of course, that makes it quite a bit easier. Yeah, and the range of the EMP missile is quite a bit larger than the range, the attack radius of the Thor, which is relatively small, actually. We've got a lot of ticks running in. Uh-oh. Gonna be a pretty good scout all of a sudden. These ticks do find the primary facility. Goblins firing away at a Vanguard. Not a matchup I would have expected. If we're gonna do this, we probably should at the very least build some anti-air. There we go. Hey, there's some anti-air trucks. Bombers fortunately flying right over the anti-air trucks. Frankly, though, I don't think there's quite enough. Yeah, it's a lot of heavy bombers. Oh, what? The wind turbines? Guys. Guys. Okay. Well, there we go. That's a better target. Boom, go the Aphis, and the blue team indeed throws in the towel. GG is called.
Commander
It was a
destroyed.
runaway eco game at the very end of the day. The red team managed to scale. They got that scaling up and running a lot faster. We had even had a plasma
Battle
deflector over there.
ended.
Loads of E-converters, and just nothing ever snuck by to do any damage. If any of this had popped at any time, it would have set the red team back, and there might have been an opening for clawing back into this game. But the defense was steady, and the unit production was heavy. And it's going to be our UK team that takes the victory 2-0 against the US team. And, man, it burns. Burns pretty good. At the very least, they will find each other again. Maybe the US team can come up with a strategy to eventually beat the seemingly unstoppable UK-1 team right now. But as far as the best of 3 goes, the UK have taken it in a 2-0 sweep. Not bad. All right. That was a long game. That was a very, very long game. Oh, there we go. Bacon Dude is a 32.24 in large team rating. It's just he has low OS and small teams because he never plays. There we go. There's your answer, everybody. I know we were all curious to see. Very good. Very good indeed. Alrighty. I don't really know where to go after that one. That was like the peak of my morning. I was so excited to see that game, and it was everything that I could have hoped it would be. Let's see, we are on round 7 there. I'm just adjusting the bracket here, moving it all over before switching you guys over. There we go. All right. So now you can see what I can see. That was, I think that was on this stage. Yeah, so that was UK versus US, so UK took it by 1 point. Means that going into the next match, it will be UK versus France and US versus Netherlands. All these teams kind of battle each other multiple times, like 3 times. It's kind of interesting the way that it's set up. But yeah, basically they all battle each other 3 times rather than doing like a best of 3. It means that the tournament is preordained, pre-seeded, so you end up with a pretty cool situation where you kind of know exactly who you're going to be playing, and you can kind of prepare a little bit. Ah, delicious. There is a Germany versus France game going on. Looks like it's been going on for 10 minutes. I'll join it and see if we can connect to it. In the meantime, who do you guys think is going to win the tournament? Any predictions already? It feels like the UK team is looking pretty strong. I don't know what happens if UK1 and UK2 go to the finals together. feels like that shouldn't happen. I don't know. Maybe they like are forced to play against each other in the semifinals or something, so that they can't go against each other in the finals. I don't know, but yeah, I'm very curious what you guys think are going to be the top contenders as we move into this here. Looks like this game is underway. I know we've seen so much of this map today, but you know, that is more or less how these tournaments go a lot of the time.
Commander destroyed.
blessing and a curse. I'm certain that these commanders are pretty happy to know which maps they're going to play on and be able to practice them. It's their equivalent of having a Supreme Isthmus, their comfort map. Apparently that's what Otago is here today. Big old pond swell right here. We are 10 minutes into this game, so we should have T2 at this point. I suppose. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we do have T2 out of a vehicle lab on the northern side. Commander has gone down, but there is a single bull up and running. It is going to work wonders against a bunch of this T1 stuff. Rocketbot's going to be the primary target, but the... not fiends, pardon me. The good old-fashioned pawns are going to be the main threat here. Bull, of course, with such tremendous firepower, it doesn't really matter, though. Oh, yeah. Guarding this corpse right here. I think I'd like to see those resbots eat it, just to be safe. Yeah, there we go. Just to be safe. Those pawns are still running by, though. I hope the Shuriken can go clean those up. That'd be quite unfortunate if they do too much damage. They are going to find the wind turbines. Ooh. Okay. Shuriken mostly figure this out. They solve the issue. For the most part. Okay. Now, one of the things I would like to point out here is that you know, all these commanders are competing for the very best that they can, the very strongest strategies they think they can play. So all that is to say, whenever we see Legion here, I feel like it's such a wonderful compliment because it means that these commanders genuinely think that Legion is in a balanced and playable enough state that it is good enough to win tournaments. Like, they wouldn't play Legion if it was so bad that it couldn't win tournaments. And I don't know if anyone's ever said Legion is too underpowered, but suffice it to say, they now feel much more like a completed faction, especially with their, well, basically all of T1 land done. T1 and T2, actually, now that I think about it, basically all done. There's a couple, like, really niche units that still are need to be flushed out, but I don't know. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Oh, but sniping the victory right there, not realizing that was the last commander. The blue comm goes down. Luis B, 288 of the German team, takes the victory and snatches it for his team. What a play.
Battle ended.
Well, I actually was expecting this to go quite a bit later, but the Bulls and the Jaguars and all the rest of it, and this giant wreck field, all this to be contested. But no, at the end of the day, the commander is the objective. Keep your last commander alive, or else. Wow. Yeah, I mean, the red team was actually pretty far ahead. They had an eco advantage. They were the top. They were 3 of the top 4 economies. So, yeah, definitely had the advantage going into the late game there. But still, certainly an unsavory end there for the French team. I'm certain they're kicking themselves about the way that this game just ended right now. Cannot be happy about the way that match just closed out. Let's see what else is up and running. Looks like Greece versus the UK is going on. How long? Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, so this just started. We're just going to start hopping between games. We're just going to stay in a game after game after game. No more fancy schmancy jumping between the leaderboards. I saw the games I wanted to see. If you've got any games you'd like to see, feel free to leave it in the chat below. I always am happy to hear what you guys are thinking. I may be a commentator, but I'm a streamer at heart, so it means, you know, chat is always there with me. And every major decision in my life, chat is standing there right beside me. Chat, should I marry your chat? I don't know. Nobody else? No, that's just me. I'm just delusional. Okay. Delulu. Well then, I guess we better get underway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
Who is this again? This is Greece versus the UK. That's right. I guess I could just look over here. Not that I'm very good at these flags. If you've known me for a while, you know that I'm awful about it. Actually, I have horrible memory for for national flags. You know, there are plenty of memes out there about Americans having horrible geography. They are not joking. It wasn't a joke. Nobody was laughing. It's very real. We have like nation blindness or something. Somebody once tried to explain it to me because it was an American trying to justify it to me. They were like, "Oh, well, when you think about it, like if you live in, certain parts of Europe, you can visit different countries, like multiple countries a day just by riding the train or whatever. In the US, you can't even really leave your state without, making a huge trip out of it." I was like, "Okay, I mean, fair enough, but I feel like maybe my education system failed me ever so slightly." We're so far off topic here. It's going to be Greece versus UK going up against each other here. On the southern side, spawning as the blue team leader, it's going to be Green Fox as an Armada commander. Followed to the left here by Zaptong, a commander that has continued to surprise me this tournament. Impress me. I should say impress me, not surprised. I didn't go in expecting a bunch or not a lot. I just was expecting nothing. And Zaptong really proved that they were capable of keeping up with the pros, so that's really cool to see. We've got Snipe Busher here as well, the 11 open skill hero, and we've got Panic. Panoche? Is it like Panoche? Is it supposed to be? Yeah, that might be how it's supposed to be pronounced. Anyways, the purple commander here with silver chevrons, 39 open skill, and technically the blue team leader, although not actually the blue team leader. On the other side, we've got Raxel, the red team leader, a name to fear and one to know. Certainly, if you've watched any of the premier 1v1 tournaments or small team tournaments, you've seen Raxel before. C3BO, a bit of an older player, but definitely one with a lot of experience under their belt. We've also got, it looks like, VDB, who is, again, a name that I recognize from way back in the day, but I haven't seen around too much recently, so it's cool to see that VDB is picking up the reins once more and going to be playing some games today. And we've got Flying Duck, of course, which is the orange commander. Going to be going ahead and, playing at the very least some Armada wind turbine spam. My god. We've got 400 wind turbines queued up right here. Flying Duck, I guess, doesn't really feel like playing the game. Just much more interested in building wind turbines today. Okay, that's fine. You can has your wind turbines. Metal in these rocks. Whoa, there's a lot of metal in these rocks. Wait, what? Oh, dang. Okay. 400 metal there, 100 metal there. Yeah, okay, well, wait a second. I thought these would be like scraps. No, that's actually quite a lot of metal tied up in those rocks there. Well worth getting a resbot around to eat up all that delectable goodness. Let's see, we've also got these like radar towers here, satellite dishes. They've got 1,000 energy in them actually, which is kind of nice. So you can get a metal and an energy boost, which is cool. Okay, there we go. Nice. So Tick was cleaned up over there. I was watching and waiting, hoping that we would see some sort of a killer play, but it was actually a killer defense right there as the red commander manages to hold on to the choke point. And yeah, I mean, I guess I would say this makes sense. There's basically 3 big choke points. Let me kind of back up here. So there's 3 big choke points. There's one to the left, one in the middle, and one on the right. And it does mean that you have one commander over here, the orange commander, that doesn't really have a purpose. So we're just going for the commander expanding with these wind turbines. Excuse me. I just don't know if this is efficient enough. Like, wouldn't it be better to build a laboratory and spam out constructors to build wind turbines all in parallel? Like, build, 10 rows of wind turbines with, or 5 rows of wind turbines with 10 constructors each at like 10 seconds a wind turbine. I don't know. I think if you're really going to commit to their strategy, you may as well commit to their strategy. Maybe it's too much of an upfront cost, though. Maybe buying a constructor from the teammate, maybe that's the way to do it. It's always, everybody always hands over the combat units, but you never remember that you can always, of course, hand over the constructor units as well. E-stores would be pretty nice as well. Yeah, I would hope that Flying Duck goes for some E-store. The wind turbine, basically the biggest drawback to the wind turbines, of course, is just the fact that they don't always produce full power. So having those E-storages to ensure that you always have a little bit in the tank. Just the more storages you have, the longer you can go when those wind speed numbers drop. Oh, beautiful engagement. Crisp, clean, wonderful engagement right there. Yeah, the Pink Commander knows it. Doesn't really know how to even, like, reorient this fight right here. Basically, you have to retreat to your midline.
That was a clever play right there from the blue team. Very nuanced, but a clever play. Moving in from the side to force those units to bundle up, and then coming in for the surround right here with the green units was very cool. Little bit of micromania. Where's our blue team? Oh, there's the commander. Okay, grabbing the mexes. Not bad. Medium tanks. It's the stouts. Stout rolling out. Oh yeah, that's a good. I feel like that's a good voice line for him. It rhymes, so it must be true. Ah man, grunts have looked pretty shy, eh? The recent nerfs to the grunts or buffs to the pawn, however you want to look at it, have definitely made the grunt look a little bit difficult to use. When they get into the backline and they do some damage, they look great, but I feel like we just don't see them in the backline anymore. Like, pawns can catch them, they can shut them down before they can get into the backline. Yeah, it's kind of a weird, interesting change of pace, but the grunts really can't find that very super aggressive, high octane style that they used to really enjoy. They're much more of a defensive tool now, which is kind of interesting. I guess kind of fits Cortex's theme. Like their whole thing is like slow, steady, hard-hitting, heavy units, right? And that doesn't necessarily, you know, that doesn't necessarily properly communicated by fast, high single target damage units, right? Like it doesn't work that way, but it is, I don't know, to the other side of that coin, it also is like, you from a gameplay perspective, you have to include those units so everything is fair. I don't know. Just some of the things that I think about randomly on a Wednesday afternoon this Saturday. E-converter's going to be popped right here by the good old-fashioned rovers that have been sent on overs. I think they've mostly gotten their value. Well, I don't know. They didn't kill that trapper. They killed the E-converters, but those only really cost energy. Killing these mexes probably would have been a better move. Yeah, just click and drag and spread them out and kill all these mexes right here. I think that probably works out quite a bit better here. Couple of stouts moving on in. One of the nice things about medium tanks is, of course, that they can sort of brawl under the light laser towers a little bit easier. Probably shouldn't go for the one. Wow, that did a bunch of damage to the commander. 46% HP left on that commander just because his LLT was firing at it. LLTs do increase damage, and by that proxy also gain XP tremendously, monstrously quickly when they attack commanders. So it only takes a couple of seconds for LLTs to gain enough experience that their attack speed starts scaling pretty brutally. And obviously, the more they attack, the more XP they get. So it's this runaway effect where they attack a commander and then they turn into this like machine gun, this minigun of commander wreckage, which is pretty funny. Hey, look at that. We're reclaiming the T1 frontline units. I love that right there from Raxel. This is a strat that I always preach, but I feel like I never see any of the pros do it. I guess it's just because it's kind of inconvenient. But what is the point of these maces? Like, really stop and think about it. What are the point of these maces now that T2 are on the field? The lightning tanks will just blast them away from outside of range, such that the mace projectiles never actually even connect with them. Not to mention, they're too slow to really raid any of these bases at this point. There's going to be too many reinforcements by the time they even get there. And their damage is subpar. Like, they don't really even do that much damage at this point, at least relevant to the T2, or relative, rather, to the T2 units. So that's why I think it makes a lot of sense to reclaim your T1 units and just go ahead and build T2 units using that metal. Like, you're better off with fewer units of T2 than, you know, the amount of units you had in T1. The metal is going to be more efficiently spent. One of those things that I can only say every single time and still never get it through to people. My job as a Beyond All Reason educator. Yeah, no, I'm not an official mentor. There actually is. Maybe somebody heard that and their ears perked up. There is actually an official mentorship program. Orchestrated by... you know what? I actually don't know who orchestrates that. I don't know who runs it particularly. I know that it's organized over on the official Beyond All Reason page, their Discord rather. I don't know who the lead on that is, but I do know that it is a pretty good program. They help a lot of the noobs I'm talking about it like it's a charity program. It's just it's a group of gamers that are all new to the game and they want to, you know, learn their skills or improve their skills. There's some really chill folks over there that yeah, we'll help you out, or we'll play some scrims against you, or queue up for some games that are you know, even skill level, basically matchmaking without the matchmaking. Yeah, I'm glad that we're highlighting these rocks with hundreds and hundreds of metal that are just scattered around all over the place. It seems like an obvious decision to eat those up. That's like that's an extra bowl right there, basically half a bowl in the 4 rocks lying on the ground right there. VDB struggling to find the way to push in here. This bull is now going to turn down the LLTs, opening up this area for a little bit more attack. And likewise, now the maces were reclaimed. I'd like to see these T1 reclaimed. The Janus, maybe. Maybe we can see the Janus stick around right here. They can still be kind of useful. What damage does a Janus do to a bull? I'd be curious to know. I don't think it's much. It's probably like 12% damage or something like that. Which I guess I should say is better than most T1 units. Ooh, against the lightning tanks, they're good though. Yeah, there we go. Lightning tanks just light enough that those Janus can still 2-shot them. Or 4-shot them? Well, they fire 2 every shot, so yeah, 2-shot them. They shot twice, even though 4 missiles came out. Yeah, that's bar math. The Mauser included in here is such a simple yet such an effective way to add a little bit more depth to this composition. It means that you can harass and effectively push back these enemy units, and then it makes it so much more uncomfortable than it normally would be to fight for. Like, if Green Fox wants to fight this, he knows he has to not only fight the bulls, but also under the AoE of the Mauser constantly firing away, and that's super uncomfy. Yeah, I like it a lot, even just 1 or 2 of those bad boys. Looks like, is Flying Duck playing the game? Did Flying Duck have to go to the bathroom or something, and so just set his commander to build wind turbines for the next 25 minutes? Are we in chat or anything? Has Flying Duck, like, done anything? It doesn't look like it, okay. I have a feeling that Flying Duck had to go. That the red commander, took over all of this, and is well, at the very least, it's good to see that they had a useful queue, something, anything to help out the team, even if they had to go on a little bathroom break or something. This is hilarious. I haven't seen any micro or anything like that. It's just good old fashioned. This may as well be a take command. I feel like this is what most commanders do when they have to take over another commander, a friendly commander. They just, you know, they just set a queue of wind turbines or solar panels or something, or just latched onto a T2 constructor to build mexes. Yeah. Couple more Mauser thrown into the mix on the front line. I don't mind it one bit. I think those Mauser, like I said earlier, they add a little bit more complexity to this composition that makes it. It puts Green Fox on the back foot and in a defensive stance, and that is never where you want to be in Beyond All Reason. Offense is always stronger. The offensive units in Bar are just, by virtue of the way of the game is designed, they are just better. They're meant to beat defenses. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got a little bit of a commander snipe coming in. OC3BO notices immediately. Cloaks the commander right as those bad boys fly overhead. Oh, nice Banisher shot. Hey, Banisher missiles working as pretty good anti-air, actually. Alright. Not bad. Anti-air truck gonna do pretty good here as well. Yeah, you know, those Banshees, they don't snipe the commander, but they do manage to, at the very least, get into the backline. Sure, wind turbines are going to chain. Well, they're not chain reacting, but they're going to damage each other, so. Not bad. A little bit of damage. Maybe not as much as a handful of bombers might have been able to do, just, you know, strafing it across here, but frankly speaking, we've got a great example. Bombs away in the back line, right as I was saying, yeah, maybe some bombers would be a good idea. It appears that VDB had the same idea just about 2 minutes earlier here as these bombers now come across. We have a cloaked fusion reactor that didn't quite finish up, so it will be discovered. Oh, and there's nearly 4,000 metal directly down the drain. Anti-air truck does take a decent fight, or a decent hit right there. Okay. Most of these bombers are now destroyed. T2 mexes, not gonna care too much about the bombing. That's kind of yesterday's news. Okay, especially if we're just gonna bomb the ground there. That's an APM stall if I ever saw one. What do we do now, though? This
Commander has died.
commander's running out of money. What are we gonna do after we run out of money? Huh. This is a weird situation. I don't know. Maybe the maybe Redcom just gives them a metal extractor, just one. I don't know. Maybe the commander's production is really just enough. There's a little bit of overflow too. That commander is basically a bank. If they overflow metal, that commander will store up to 1,000 metal, then loan it back out. Bull tanks. Looking for an angle. There are some heavy mines over here, actually. Well, these are gonna be good. Juicy. Good job, boys. Good job clearing those mines. Oh, D-guns, though. Boom! Go the heavy mines, and down go the bulls. Nicely done. Yeah, landmines are not to be trifled with. Those things are dangerous. Dangerous. Starlight was a good option. Unfortunately, there was just too much stuff right here. Yeah, Red Commander pulled the trigger and managed to break out. I am appalled to see these units being stuck so close together for both of these commanders, but apparently more stuff beats less stuff, as the age-old RTS adage goes. Ooh, Green Fox, a little bit of trouble there. Cyan Zaptong has the T2 units under their control. Ooh. Oh no, getting close for that D-gun. This is horrifying. This is the moment as a commander where you're just like, please, I'll do anything.
Commander destroyed.
And down he goes. Alright, not bad. Yellow commander pulling back for some reason. I guess, yeah, you know, the Starlights are expensive. We did kill a bunch of metal extractors. The purple base is in shambles. But we already have the T1 laboratory, so going for a couple resbots wouldn't be the end of the world. Need more build power, actually. Yeah, there we go. Constructor is headed in that direction to save that. Can you also watch this in-game? No. Spectators are not allowed in these tournaments. We've had... it's one part wanting to promote the streams, and 5 parts security issues. We've had interlopers and ruffians and naysayers and maldoers ruin these, not ruin the events, but cause trouble in these events before, and that's kind of the reason why spectators have to be strictly prohibited. Don't take it personally. I'm sure you'd watch just fine. No trouble, no problems, nothing like that. Looks like the yellow commander has scribbled a line of defense. Their line of skirmish, if you will. Oh, Flying Duck is definitely still queuing up wind turbines. That is the strangest way to play bar I think I've ever seen. Flying Duck also just commentating here. Just enjoying the show, I suppose. Yeah. Well, Snipe Bush are in trouble. Okay. Ooh, nice nice set target firing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Commander, no, he's uncloaked. He's uncloaked. Oh, he didn't notice. Raxel, no. Oh, he's so close. 6% HP. And that commander manages to weasel away. Absolutely no radar or anything over there, so that was just unfortunate. Lightning tanks, hey, I mean, they're making their way towards a very spicy geothermal plant. Do we have fusions? Yeah, we have a fusion up and running, so at the very least losing this doesn't mean our energy grid goes kaput. 4 energy per second right now, though, definitely hurts. It's a problem that solves itself when you blow up an AGO or when your enemy blows up your AGO. The con is that you're definitely not producing as much energy as you just were. The pro, however, is, of course, you no longer have an enemy standing near that AGO, at least not if they were anything less than T3. I don't know if there's any T2 that can survive. Maybe a mammoth. Maybe a mammoth could survive. Maybe like a fat boy, too. Maybe. At like full health, maybe. Well, it's about time we finally see some Marauder coming into play here. This is, I mean this tournament, not just this game. I personally feel like Marauder are an excellent option. They're an all-around excellent fighter. On any map that you're going to build bulls, Marauder are just a better version of that. They just are cheaper. They are, well, they're not cheaper, actually. They're 20 metal more expensive. So I would say basically the same cost. Slightly more energy expensive, which, you know, is something to consider. But basically once you're up to T3, it's assumed that you're going to have pretty good energy production anyways. And then they're fast. I mean, they're super duper fast, and they attack super quick as well. I don't know. I feel like Marauder are just always going to trade efficiently here. We are not sniping the Starlights, and that's a huge issue, though. These Starlights have been allowed to kill every Marauder that's come out here. I think if those had just... If the first 3 Marauder had pushed past the Bulls and killed the Starlights, this would have been easy cake to eat. Now it's like that disgusting pound cake stuff that is like chock full of raisins and... I don't know, like chunks of fruit. I don't know cake types very well. I never went to cake type school, but all I know is there used to be this really disgusting type of cake that was like, oh, it was like hard. It was like a brick. It was like a brick. You would hurt your teeth eating it, and then you would bite into it thinking like, oh, well, you know, if it's this hard to eat, it must be worth it. It must be super, super delicious. And it was just nasty. It was just the nastiest thing ever. And you're like, why would somebody make something this difficult to eat and bad? It's not even, like, maybe it has a crazy shelf life. I guess that's kind of the triangle of food safety, isn't it? Our red heroes with the T3 transition, quicker than the blue can, managed to take the victory here. It's going to be the UK team. I believe is this UK1 or UK2? I think this was UK2. Could be wrong about that, though. Either way, the UK team does take the victory here in a beautiful match against their blue opponents. Wonderfully done. Very, very nicely done. Actually, a pretty impressive late game, I will say. This is oh, Greece, right? Okay, this is the Greek opponent. So, very impressive gameplay right there, I will say. I was expecting a quicker match, and it ended up being a banger. So very cool to see. I guess I'm a little bit spoiled. 22 minutes. We'll try and catch this game. This is a 22-minute long game on Paradise Lost. I am so bummed that I missed the start of this game, because it must have been insane. I really want to figure out the lore behind Flying Ducks, says DJ Timelock. I'm right there with you. I have no idea what's going on with that guy. Absolutely no clue. Something happened there. I would really love to know as well. Clearly a man with a plan. The funny thing is, like, he built less wind turbines than any of his teammates. I think. Like, I think most of the teammates built more wind turbines just using constructors and build turrets. I know this is very difficult to follow here, don't worry about it. It's a still pretty even game.
Commander has died.
That's a nice snipe right there. A counter snipe, though. Yeah, okay, nice. An advantage for the blue team. Okay, counter advantage for the red team. More and more boats pushing through the midsection here. Decent trade. Sure, it can come out to try and trade out against that. Nicoton reclaims a bunch of metal. And the status we find ourselves... Is the game over? Game over. Okay. Looks like, I'm gonna say the blue team won, or is it paused? Oh no, we're done. Allied team won. What does that mean? Nicoton, that's the blue team? Yeah, blue team won. So they got this trade in the middle, ate up all this metal, turned it into T2 or something, and then went and pushed for the victory. Apparently we can't see the rest of this game, weirdly enough, but I can tell you right now that massive amount of metal in the midsection was worth fighting for. They must have contested it nicely in order to end up with a very, very nice lead there. Well, we could speedrun this one as well here. I guess we're 17 minutes into an Altered Divide match. May as well see what we can find.
Battle started.
Alrighty. Maybe this is Sweden. Okay. Glad I checked. I was like, I think so, but I don't know. The Swedish team going up against the German team here. Sorry, wasn't able to get my super speed commentary as I was clearing my nose. I think it's allergies. I think it's allergy season, and I'm allergic. Looks like a pretty even match, though, with a slight advantage for the blue team as they creep towards the red facility. Yeah, the orange commander keeps pump faking on the right-hand side, just threatening with their fist, but really there's actually not much in it. There's actually nothing loaded in this gun. It's just a bunch of pawns that they're keeping just outside of vision range so that it looks like there's a bunch of units ready for a counterattack, but realistically, it's a bunch of nothing available for no kind of attack. These dragons pop-up turrets? Nope, just teeth. Just teeth. Here's the play. Marauder streaming out of the laboratory and screaming their way across the face of Altered Divide here. Hoping to catch one of these bases unaware. I think they're going to do it. Where are these shuriken at? I hear a bunch of shuriken. Oh, it's a yellow shuriken. Okay, great. For the red team, anyway. Alright, Marauder making across with minimal losses. Looks like only one or two of them did go down. Commander D-guns a few of them, but the Marauder making it into the backline. At this point, you may as well just go for the wind turbines. Yeah, kill the energy source. All of a sudden, there's really nothing left. Look at all these juicy wind turbines, too. That is ginormous. Marauder attacks so fast that it's like it's pretty possible to kill an entire wind turbine field pretty quickly. They can do it. Yeah, nice attack right there. I think these guys certainly found their value. Chipping away at that energy production, and now you can see the red team has a nearly 40% E production advantage. This guy isn't even done yet. Still running around, still causing trouble. Lightning tank's taking a bunch of hits as well. Ooh, okay, yeah, we're gonna retarget. Not bad. There's a little bit of like a crevasse you could hide a commander in up there. Just thinking out loud. Pitbull here doing its best. Not gonna be worth much though. Marauder now streaming in on the left-hand side, trying to find what value that they can. T1 Laboratory available, but not going to be able to do much again. I think these Marauder are going to tear apart these wind turbines, shut off the energy, pull the plug on the yellow, pardon me, on the purple operation. That's all she wrote. I mean, that is a excellent use case for the Marauder, slipping through into the backline, causing a bunch of problems. Financial devastation. You thought it was the gambling addiction. No, no. It was Marauders in your backline that caused the financial ruin. Really funny if I had a sponsorship for, like, CSGO skin crates or something like that. Put the sponsorship in right after that joke. Glorfy Forbes says, Duck had the first bar win with less than 5 inputs. Yeah, it really was like shift, wind turbine, drag. He's playing support. Yeah, he's playing healer. Shoulda picked Mercy. Shoulda built any kind of wind turbines. Oh man, yeah, that was strange. That was really strange. I think my guess is right. I think he probably had to go or something, and just like queued up a bunch of stuff, just queued it all up, and we like couldn't pay attention to the match. But if he was actually sitting there watching that match the entire time, man, that is funny. Poor guy was like, can I play? Can I please have some units, sir? Units for the poor. No, sorry. Keep building your wind turbines, wind turbine man. Pitbull's falling left, right, and center. Team Teriyaki going to be moving in to try and go ahead and blast down a whole bunch of these. Yeah, no reason to risk the commander or even reveal it. But alright. Rattlesnake up on the high ground, firing away into the distance and doing a lovely job of it. Gonna do, oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so we've set targeted on the radar jammer, which is precisely the correct target. Looks like we've got Vanguard making their way out as well, firing that ultra-heavy projectile. Mr. Dirac, are you ready for the D-gun of your life? Yep, there you go. Oh, not quite in position. Oh, the Marauder can climb that hill. Oh, yikes. Okay. Yeah, I don't think Dirac was expecting that those Marauder were actually going to be able to run straight up that hillside right here. Really, really weird terrain pathing on this map. Yeah, it's kind of all over the place. Like, you can see there's these weird, I don't know, weird pathways units can get up and down. How many of you even knew about that vision system? Your terrain traversability system. I wonder what happens if I select a plane. Oh yeah, planes can't go anywhere. The ground is lava if you're a plane, which is probably a good thing. Actually, it's probably a good. Yeah, that's probably a good habit now that I think about it. T3, where are these T3 coming out of? Did we... Oh, we must have eaten up the T3 lab, and now we're going into T2 air lab. Okay. Dragons, maybe? Or just fighter production, I'm not sure. Could be just fighter production. There is a significant enemy air force. Frankly speaking, I would like to see a bunch of anti-air trucks. Just use AA trucks to clear all this out, because trying to fight fighter versus fighter is never, like, a super efficient fight. Like, best case scenario, maybe 25% efficiency. Like, you know, you come out with 25% of your fighters, they come out, you know, if you kill all theirs. I feel like that's, like, maybe the best case scenario. It's, like, on a dead even fight, anyways. Whereas, you know, a ground-based anti-air system, obviously harder to get in underneath their fighters, but, yeah, like, 100% efficient. Infinitely efficient. Love these Vanguard, though. Yeah. Vanguard just makes sense on this map. So many of these high ground areas, or these little, yeah, mountain things. You just put the Vanguard up on top of those, and there's, like, nothing they can do. Vanguard have been set targeted, but they don't quite know to whomst they are targeting. I think we meant to use an attack command here, but that is a set target command, so they will only fire if there is no other targets there. Just like that. 3 big booms for the dead rattlesnake. Ticks running around over here as well. We'll discover a ripe and juicy geothermal. Kablooey. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Ooh. Shaw nuclear bombers. Watching, I guess. Okay, yeah. That felt like a, oh crap, they have air. Better drop the payload now kind of a moment. Not a, not the plan, not the original plan. Love the T1 spam, the T1 E-converter spam, by the way. This is by far and away my new favorite strategy, is just spamming out these T1 E-converters when there's space, and then just using these to convert all the energy. Because think about it, they cost literally 0 metal. If you're using that metal to build eco instead of energy converters, then your eco is going to scale quite a bit quicker. We are going into dragons, by the way. For those that were curious why we went into a T2 Cortex Air Lab, pretty much the exclusive reason you would do that, other than, aside from Armada, other than Armada, is because, yeah, you'd prefer to play with those big flying flamethrower boats. And I can't blame you. Well, okay. A mad dash. Okay. Yeah, a mad dash to get all the way across the map here just to kill the geothermal. I love it. I think that was a great play. Alright. I just didn't see it coming. The purple commander just had 100 ticks built up and managed to just, you know, brute force their way across into the geothermal right there. It shuts off a bunch of the consistent energy production. Yeah, you know what? This is, kind of... Well, it's working right now for the red commander because the wind is high, but when it drops to 4, all these wind turbines are going to suddenly have very little purpose. Advanced geos and advanced fusions are going to be the future. I can already tell you. Bombers building up en masse. We have some anti-air in the mix here. Yeah, a couple of AA turrets, which are easily the most powerful anti-air. Pulsar has been closed right here, meaning that it will take very little damage. You can see each one of these Vanguard shots doing like 6% damage or something like that. Like it's just nothing. Fighters. Fighters, find the dragon. Yep. Nicely done. Those high winds melt away that dragon and the T2 anti-air towers. Oh, nice. That's a great trade. That was basically perfect for air. Managed to kill the dragon and then pull back to let the anti-air, the static anti-air deal with it rather than wasting the units. Pulsar was turned on and immediately destroyed. Bombs away. Looks like we're bobbing ticks. Very nice. What is the target of choice here? There isn't one. There isn't really an ideal target. I mean, maybe the air lab, taking out the actual air lab itself, or potentially taking out some of this build power. Like you could kind of mostly drop your bombs around the build power here. None will be the answer so far, though. The wind turbine fields are immense. You know what I'd love to see is like 2 or 3 transports being built and then used to. There's a very complex keybind you can do where if you select a transport and then you hold left alt and then hover over a construction tower, left click and drag, it'll create a circle that'll allow you to pick up all of the construction towers in that circle. So if you do that, you can go. You can pick up your wind turbine towers and go place them elsewhere. Either attach them to a laboratory, start producing more T3, or just move them around so you can latch them onto a laboratory a little bit better. Plenty of options, plenty of useful micro tips. Subscribe for more. There's so many niche controls to bar. That's one of the hardest things about learning bar, is learning that there is literally a control for everything, because this game is written by the people who play it, more or less, and that caveat, that more or less caveat, will mean more to some people than others. But more or less, this game is written by the people who play it and love it and enjoy it. That means that if ever there was somebody who was like, hey, it'd be really convenient if this key binding was in the game, and everyone was like, yeah, you're right, that would be really convenient, then it would have been added to the game. And it turns out 90% of the time that is the case. There's any key bind you can think of. I think it pops up every like 3 or 4 times on Reddit. Somebody will post a post that's like, hey, how do I do this? Is there a way to do this in the game? And then the top comment will just be like, yep, this key bind. And you're like, wow. Or key combo. You know what I mean. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. In all reality, though, it should be like a wake-up call to other RTSs, like especially a lot of the modern RTSs that don't have the creature comforts that Beyond a Reason does, like the auto groups, or yeah, I don't know, a lot of like the spreadable units thing, like being able to right-click and drag. That was something that I think, what was it, Zero Space or Stormgate, one of those big bigger title RTS games incorporated, and it was like they were hailed. They were like, "This is groundbreaking. How did you come up with this?" And the whole time I was watching that, I remember thinking, "Man, if only Beyond All Reason had a voice right now." I have no voice, but I must scream. Marauders making their way back across the map. It's time for round 2, Electric Boogaloo, the Marauder run by. The Green Commander is Spooter Friend now. Mammoth is moving into position. Tactical missile launcher is not charged quite yet. Mammoth's getting body blocked hard. Body blocked by their own corpses. Yikes. Does it matter too much in the end game? I don't think so. Enough of the Marauder made it through that I think the wind turbines are going to pop. The geothermal, pardon me, not geothermal, the fusion reactors are nowhere to be found. I think we've arrived at a situation. A circumstance, if you will. And the blue team's not going to be happy about it. Taking out these mechs is quite nice too. These have a little bit of anti-air, so technically speaking, they can kind of deal with gunships, although this many of them, no chance. Gunships are, however, kind of a last resort, so whenever you see them, it's never really a bad thing. I don't know. I always feel happy to see gunships. What it says to me is, yeah, these they're so desperate for defense that they're willing to go into gunships. I can just make fighters and then we win. And that's probably about how Blossom is feeling at this exact moment, as these T2 fighters sweep across the battlefield and manage to blow apart most of the gunships, taking, you know, not the best trade right there with a bunch of the fighters, but it doesn't really matter. You don't need the best trade, because already we've got a gigantic, well, energy advantage. Oh, there we go. The blue team was reclaiming, so it looked like they had a huge metal advantage. You know what? I mean, there is some decent scaling back here, though. We have the fusions up and running, the aphises, I mean. Dare I say that there's a chance? Like, we've kind of stopped scaling here, the blue team, or the red team. There's not really much more room to scale. Like, we could put down some more aphises, some more fusions. But at the end of the day, the wind turbines take up so much space. You can't do, like, mass scaling like you normally would, like you could with, you know, like what we're seeing back here. If this game goes too much longer, I think there's probably is a pretty good odds that the blue team has the scaling ability. Their output is very consistent. It doesn't matter about the wind speed. You know, one calm summer's day could be the end of the red team. They are literally hoping for tsunamic weather as they try and use it to generate enough energy for their forces to push forward. The simplest of weapons, the humble tick spam, causing more damage here to the red team than anything else has in the last 10 minutes. One of those things I just love about bar is that there's always a comeback potential. Somehow, some way, there is always a way back into a game. Obviously, harder in most cases than others, but those are the victories that we remember, the ones that we fought hardest for. I'm sure many of you can relate to an epic game you've played where your team was pretty much losing the whole game and one, you know, killer run by blew up the entire backline, and all of a sudden you had the eco advantage and you pressed forward and reclaimed everything and had a wonderful time and everyone clapped. Most of you. Some of you, maybe. Maybe that's not as prevalent as I thought. Maybe there's a lot more losers out there on the leaderboard. Myself, extremely well included. Setting up a little plasma deflector here. We've actually got quite a few plasma deflectors, which is expensive. Oh, that was lucky. That was so lucky that didn't land in the middle and cause a chain reaction. This would have been about as good as gone if that had chain reacted. Ooh, I'm gonna have it up in time. Oh, just barely gets it up before the chain reaction. Oh, man. What a close call. That is, yeah, that is a very, very extremely close call. I don't know if we need two of them. Two seems a little extreme, actually. Bulwark coming up very slowly on the right-hand side. See you in 3 minutes when that thing's done. Scorpion turret's pretty good. Pulsar also coming up here. Going into a lot of static defense. The red team is porking up for some reason. They had such a distinct advantage, and now all of a sudden they kind of turned it all around into mush. I mean, okay, yeah, keep scaling. Keep doing your thing. Spooter Friend not afraid to go very heavily into these aphises. You can see the amount of anti-air that's been set up all over the place as well. Look at all these AA turrets. has realized, you know what, I'm never going to beat their air player in production. I may as well just guard everything with anti-air turrets. And I think that's the right move. I think that's probably a wise move as an air player. That way you only have to guard certain areas with the planes. Guard the areas that you can't be guarded with static defenses with the planes, and then cover everything else with statics, because, you know, at the end of the day, those are going to be way more efficient, no matter how you slice it. Maybe we should transition to using this area for the E converters. Clearly was built for some reason. We've got we've got LRPCs firing back and forth all over the place here. That is cool to see. We've established a no man's land. We actually have completely ended up in a no man's land kind of a game. Pretty much even. The red team has the energy and metal production advantage, but the metal production advantage is actually very minuscule. Only 4% total metal production advantage is like 30k or something like that, or less than that. It's like 22k or something. Not much at all, actually. That is impressive. Energy advantage has well been in the lead here for the red team. 23 million, 24 million versus 17 million. Nice shots. Nice shots. Can we get one more? 12 more seconds on the stun here. Those good old-fashioned EMP missiles, very powerful. It took the destruction of every other good EMP option. The EMP bomber, the spy bot, all those to lose some value before the EMP missile launcher really became a thing. And nowadays, you'd be hard-pressed to find a match that doesn't include an EMP launcher on some front at some capacity. Here we go. There's the red commander with one now. Blue team obviously must have had one to paralyze that shield. Oh yeah, there we go. There it is. They're so good. They're really so good. Everybody's stepping up into shielding here. This is the point in the game if this is a replay where I'd start speeding things up. This match has gone the distance for sure. How do you select terrain view? Oh, sorry, I should have gone over that 3 minutes ago. You left-click on a unit. You have to select a unit first, and then you hit F2. Show you terrain view. So, for instance, like, I'm selecting a spider bot right now, so there's no bad terrain. There's no terrain that it can't traverse. You can also see the hitbox where these modify terrain, and those are kind of like areas where it'll collide. But yeah, there's no like. That's kind of the cool thing is like it's based on the unit, right? So if I select these guys, you can see they can't go up this sheer cliff face, but they can go where it's green, so they can go over here, or they can go up to the front. That's what these guys did. You can do that for anybody. You can do it for static defenses, you can do it for any of these units, you can do it for marauders, all these. But basically, for the most part, most units have the same sort of terrain. So if you check one, it's going to give you a good, a good close enough comparison to know about the others. There's a big EMP missile headed out there. Paralyzing that constructor actually, ooh, nice. Another direct hit paralyzes that constructor and all of their entourage of little helper butlers. Should have paralyzed this one probably, but c'est la vie. We are continuing to expand the economy. We've still got the eco planes in the back here. I think Spooter Friend could basically afford to just eco-greed as hard as possible right now, and that would be more than enough. The issue is he's basically paying the energy bill for the entire team. Like, these wind turbines are great. In fact, let's do a little check here. Wind turbines look like they're producing 3,000 energy per second, which is not bad. That's an APHIS's worth of energy. In fact, let's even do the math here. So they're producing an APHIS's worth of energy for less than the cost of an APHIS, right? So an APHIS is 9,000 for 3,000 energy. These produce 3,500 for 7,200. So crazy efficient in that regard. Super, super crazy efficient. However, they take up half the map. A third of the map, I guess, to be very specific. But they're super expensive to deal with out in that sense. Trilos is in position. I wouldn't mind a D gun, even if we have to go up this whole spot. It still feels like oh, there we go. This is gonna seal the deal in this 40-minute long game, by the way. In this 40-minute long game, we are 30 minutes over the end of the day here as we watch this game go the distance. Neither Sweden nor Germany sure quite how to fix this. We also have tons of APHIS up and running here as well. It's time to just start spamming out Titans, I think. I think, you know, 7 APHIS Titan spam is probably well worth it. We're going for a nuclear launcher. Good old-fashioned Apocalypse nuclear ICBM launcher. That'll be ready in about 4 minutes, something like that. Depends on how fast it's built, but it looks like it's coming together pretty quickly. 12 seconds or so, and then I think it's 2 minutes on the nuke per recharge. So see you at I don't know, 43 minutes in, something like that. We should be seeing the nuclear launcher coming up and running. Titans have mostly taken down this entire area over here. We have no spam though, is the thing. So a surprising lack of spam from everybody on this in this game, actually. Razorback and Titan is a wombo combo. The Razorback for that anti-spam power, and then of course the Titan for its high single target damage. Wasting it ever so slightly on the pawn spam here. Sort of does go to show you just how important that spam is, because every shot that Titan wastes is a shot that could have been used on the friendly Titan, for instance. Yeah, Spooter didn't quite eco hard enough. Although he's catching up now. This is as full eco greed as you can go. You're just pumping out aphises left, right, and center. You can see he's dumping literally every penny into building these aphises. And very efficiently, too, I will say. It's very hard to strike this balance where you spend exactly the right amount of metal. And Spooter has done that excellently here. Turns out this is exactly the correct setup. If you're looking for, you know, the correct setup, this is probably what it looks like. The red team is really sitting on it though. Like, I don't know why they're so hesitant to use any of these units. They got the fighters. I mean, to be fair, there is so much anti-air over there. I don't know if air is really going to be the victory condition here. It might just be Titans through this right-hand side, which has been the weak spot this entire game. Mr. Dirac took some damage early on and has never really been able to fully eco-scale back into a decent spot here. Now overflowing metal to the team. You really need a separate production structure. We still need to see the eco growing back here, I feel like. Just chain a couple of these build turrets together. Build a secondary line over on this side. You know what I mean? Something like this, and then you build a big air fab lab. I think this game will definitely just come down to who can use their units.
Commander destroyed.
Oh, well, there you go. There's Ed Commander. We have Titans rolling out, okay. Yeah, this is the move. Just putting those Titans together. You can see dumping, what is that, 600 metal per second into Titans? Well, probably a bunch of that going into the Aphis here as well. Yeah, there's still a lot of eco going on in the backline as well. Again, not the end of the world, though. We are self-D'ing the wind turbines. They're just not space efficient enough as we're ready to make our way into proper T2, T3 epic late game. Marauder coming out here. I feel like you could probably spam Razorbacks, too, and that might just do the job. Honestly, I think there's a lot of options here, but it all revolves around just producing as many units as possible. More Aphis spam. It's hard to catch up. It's hard to catch up Aphis spam because it's all exponential, so unless you're really, really specific about the way that you're building your eco and you're really on top of it, it can be quite difficult. He's asking for these wind turbines at this point. There we go, yep. Obtain the wind turbines so that they can be easily deconstructed. One of the issues is when you're using the command where you hold left alt and then hit E to reclaim everything in a big circle, it only works on your units. It only works on your structures. So if you actually, if it's your teammate that owns the structures, you can't reclaim them all. It's a little bit of like a micro block, I guess, meant to stop people from going crazy with it. This is pretty much the last game, though. Let me just check this. Yeah, we're pretty much on the last set here. What's that? Oh, E-converters. I see. So the idea is that tomorrow this will all pick up again. This is where we're going to call it for today, so just after 4 hours. And then this will all pick up again tomorrow. So in case you, you enjoyed this and you want to come back and see some more, that's where you're going to do it. You're going to come on back to the Twitch probably will be up and running tomorrow. I don't know that I'll be up and running tomorrow. I don't know if I personally will be up and running tomorrow, but yeah, the Twitch will be up and running, and so all of this will be streamed live again as we finish up the bracket. I think there's still 3 rounds to go, or 2 rounds to go, something like that, so they'll start that up, and then I believe they start another bracket? There's something else that they have planned as well, so it should be good fun. Should be real good fun. Is this the new match? No. No, this is still the same match going on after all this time. Somebody said watch the Titans. They're mostly just wandering around. I would love to see them do something. Yeah. Or you wanna send them a shot? Here, we'll do this. There you go. Isn't that just gorgeous? That's a nuclear missile. Boom goes the nuclear missile right down on the main fortified center command point, the choke point right there for the Green Commander. We'll switch back into high perspective view. Another gigantic nuclear missile, a double nuclear missile lands on the green base and the floodgates are open. The swarm pushes in as the Marauder finally make a decisive act to break the game. Well, that was beautiful. I'm so glad I caught that in cinematic ultra high def. That was wonderful. Look at that. All right. Marauder now making their way into the backline, and there is pulsars here and there. And oh, actually, they are guarded from the Marauder. Oh. A little bit of a friendly nuke. That was not cool. That was not cool at all. Was that a friendly nuke, or was that a? That was a friendly nuke, wasn't it? Oh my gosh, that's horrible. That nuke might have just saved the day. They killed so many of those Marauder right there. What on earth? What was that? Why did... How many nukes are... Oh, there's 2 nukes out. Okay. That was so weird. I don't know what happened there. That was the wrong play. The wrong play. Wow, these walls are really sturdy. That makes the pulsar so good. Wait, what? Oh, dang. I never realized just how strong that made the pulsar. There's no way this doesn't break it, right? The entire base is dead. Alright. We still have a Titan. You know what they say, one kiss is all it takes. This Titan is inching ever closer here. All it has to do is hit this E-converter to chain react the build power. And that takes care of this base, more or less. One shot. Oh, there we go. I didn't even see the Titan shoot at it. But alright, there we go. Okay, the build power is down, and that stops a bunch of the, well, scaling over on this side. You know, I'm still going to say, though, that the eco-scaling is looking pretty solid. And the blue team is still kind of back to keeping up with the energy production. They're still behind, for sure. But that metal and energy production bonus, that's 16% and 37% ahead, it's still not unplayable. Where's this one going? Way into the back line over here. There is an anti-nuke available. Yep, that one will catch it. Very nicely done. A little bit worrisome, but nicely done. Does the red team realize that they've completely won the air battle and they can just go ahead and pump out fighters until they've effectively killed everything? I don't know. Yeah, everybody's watching this one. All commentators aboard. Talk about a grand finale for the day. This match has gone the distance. A 51-minute ultra late game, as we are now making our way into, like, double-digit APHIS production. Yeah, we're at a grand 18 plus 6 is 14 APHISes. No, scratch that. It is, sorry, 30 APHISes. APHI? APHUS? You know the ones. It is still well and away anybody's game. I love the handoff here. We are going to just pass a bunch of units over here. Mass Titans building on the right-hand side, and I think that's the move. I don't think we bother with anything else, other than the Titans. We just produce as many as possible. Titans per second, as many of you might recall from a famous video title. Here we go. Looks like we're spitting out a new Titan every 20 seconds or so, which is crazy, for sure. When they're all focused, they're all kind of being distracted right now. There we go. What are we at? Yeah, about 30 seconds. 20 to 30 seconds. For Valhalla. Will there be an after-party stream? Unfortunately, not today. I have prior arrangements that I'm going to be hosting, so I'm going to not be available. But you're more than welcome to hang out with the community. I know that some of the members were planning on hosting something themselves, which sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds totally classic, and I think it's going to be awesome. I would recommend you check that out if not, because frankly speaking, at this point, they know how to have as much fun as I do. So they're gonna set you up with a real nice lobby. Just keep your eyes open for it. It should contain many of the familiar faces you will or would have seen around the Brightworks. Vanaja, I think, was sending me notes about it. There should be some fun stuff, some fun opportunities available today. Keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled. And most importantly of all, how on earth are we going to end this game? So if that gigantic, beautiful nuke push and the Titan push and the Marauders, oh man, I still can't get over those Marauders being nuked. That like actually killed the entire push. There was probably 20 Marauder there that got blown up in the nuclear explosion. That otherwise would have been, you know, on this base. They would have ran past into the defenses. Like now there's a whole bunch of, oh okay, that's nice. Now there's a whole bunch of static defenses set up. Like that was such a bummer. Those Marauder probably could have been the end of this game, and they just died. We are now up to a grand 11 Titans for the Red Commander versus a whopping 7 for the Blue Commander. Will we be using our Titans today? Not yet. Not yet. We are just producing more APHIS. There is a thing. There is a special little unit that you can use to end games. One of those special little things that's important to remember. It's called the LOL cannon, the Ragnarok or the Calamity. You build it out of a T2 constructor right here. If you build one of these Calamities, I'm willing to bet you could probably build one on this hill. Yeah. The attack range on one of these is literally this entire map. In fact, you could build one like back here, and you could still hit basically the entire map. Like, there's probably a flat, yeah, right there. That'd be perfect. That would be just about perfect. Right there, you could snipe the Aphis over on that side of the map. Does the red team have any scouting? Oh, they don't. Oh, that's a huge issue. Well, nuclear bomber does clear out some of the some of the wind turbines over here. You know, not the biggest deal ever, but you know, it is what it is. Juno missiles colliding everywhere as well. We're trying to Juno missile the enemy here. All right. We've handed off all the Titans, my goodness. Can we push with them? I am pretty confident that if we push with the Titans, the blue ones don't get there in time to stop it. They chase you through this. If we push with these Titans through here, the blue Titans would move through this channel, and then they would be catching up behind, but your Titans would just keep moving and kill the entire base. Obviously, super easy for us to say. Oh, there it is. Super easy for us to say from the spectator seat, but not necessarily the easiest call to make when you're playing in the hot seat. Surprised not to see one of these from the other team here. Do we have any Legion commanders? Because Legion has the best LOL cannon of them all. I don't think so. Nope. No Legion over here either, right? I could have swore we started with the Legion commander, but they might have been teched out. they might have died and been resurrected or whatever and brought back as a core commander. That might have been what the green com was at some point. Yeah. Anywho, I think this is the right move. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left before this bad boy comes up and running, and we are continually producing more and more of these Butler, too, to aid in the construction, meaning that this is only going to increase in speed. Butlers are nice and recursive. You produce one, and it speeds up the next one, and that one speeds up the next one, and the next one, and the next one, until eventually you get Butlers every, like, millisecond. It's great. Unit spam finally comes out. Surprised we didn't have more of that earlier on into the game. Goes to show how many units you can make if you don't spam units. How much resources that uses up, I guess is what I'm saying. This will be able to hit, yeah, I mean basically everything. We do need a proper scout of what's actually out there, though. Sweden has managed to hold in here phenomenally. Absolutely. Somni has hit the nail well on the head. I can't believe how impressive this eco-scaling has been. And let's not forget that all of this is well shielded, too. Like, we do have shielding, so this cannon is only going to be so effective, right? Like, this is ultimately... It still has a bunch of work to do before it can even do anything. We're still scaling Aphises, by the way. It's rare that you can build Aphis and scale... and build a wall cannon at the same time, and it, you know, both are relatively fast. Pretty impressive. Titans are lingering in the lyre. %, 81%, 82%. There's trouble rising on the left-hand side. Titans have been resurrected and sent forth. Slipped into my southern drawl there. Howdy. Welcome back to the Bratworks, y'all. Hope you're having a fabulous day. I've always loved the southern drawl. Something so sweet and satisfying about it. Nice EMP missiles here. They miss one of the pulsars, but the other one takes a hit. Are we ready? We sure are. Fire the cannon! Will we be using the Omega Death Cannon today? Okay, there we go. Sure will. Firing almost directly into the base. Wow, despite no scouting, firing directly at the Aphis is impressive. Do we have enough here to deflect all of this? I don't know. I think it takes a ridiculous number of these shields to actually keep you safe. A bunch of the build power pops. Oh, that shield in the middle is getting real weak. Every direct hit it takes whittles it down even further. Oh, there it goes. Takes another hit. Maybe we're just aiming for shields at this point. Hoping to hit something in the shields. Oh. What a response right there. The blue team says, no thank you. And goes ahead and fires off an EMP missile. Man, where did that come from? That's crazy. Oh, all the way over here. All the way over there. Yeah, look at that. That thing can reach all the way to the lull cannon. And the lull cannon can't even shoot it because, well, it's hidden behind that little mountain area. Dang. 65,000 metal. Down the drain. 70,000, sorry. Titans for D-Gun on the left-hand side. We have Juggernauts rolling out here at this point, which are going to be nice for making big booms. Got loads of vectors. Honestly, wouldn't even mind seeing like anti-air bots being spammed out here. Just clear up that Air Force and then go for some killer bombing runs. Ragnarok, not the savior that the red team thought it was going to be. Man, countered by EMP missiles. Brutal, though. A 16,000 metal piece completely paralyzes a 70,000 one. That is tough. That is really, really tough. Oh, big EMP missile. Hey, big EMP missile. Okay, well, okay, you know, connects with a few of them. Not a direct hit, I wouldn't say, but not bad. I'm so glad to see paralyzers getting their righteous glory. we totally have the Air Force here. There's no way we don't have the Air Force here. Oh, those got shredded. Friendly fire. Those nukes have probably done more damage to the friends than the enemies at this point. These units need to be spread out. Oh, they've been hand microed. Oh, they would normally be spread out. Okay, I see. Juggernauts should probably try and self-D. Time the self-D so they can charge in and detonate without leaving a corpse. I really couldn't tell you how this one is going to swing, though. This is nuts. Little scout plane sent across, trying to get any kind of perspective that they can. The outer sides are the weakest, but the internal side is, or the middle side is where the most of the enemy units are. So if you leave it defenseless, you're in a bad way. If you don't, then you don't have any pushing power. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Go for another Ragnarok. You may as well. Put another one down somewhere. Build enough of them to break everything. I mean, you might as well, because... Are we even spending all our metal? No, not even close. Not even close. We're overflowing about 500 metal per second. Juggernauts need to move. Oh, no. fighter wave. Yay, we finally realized that all the fighters in the world are on the red side. We have the solution in the form of 4 bajillion bombers. What is going to be the primary target for these bombers is the question. I mean, they gotta kill these aphyses in the back. If they don't kill those aphyses in the back, it's all over. It's all ogre. Oh, not quite. Good try, not quite. Very difficult. Super, super difficult to, yeah, really, really extremely difficult to time the Juggernaut self-D. Look at this thing. This behemoth doesn't even care. You are beneath me. The amount of air in the air is insane right now. Ragnarok back up and running. EMP missile has paralyzed the EMP missile. E-converter's popping. Can't even... I just have to watch from this perspective now. The game has gotten too big. Too giganto-enormous. Could have started and finished a lava isthmus match in the time frame of this single game. Yeah, you're not wrong. Not even at all. Here they go. Finally, the bombers make it across. Static defense doesn't have anything on 5 bajillion bombers as they split off and go to target their own. There we go. Bombs away on the primary eco of the blue team, and my goodness, what an extremely awesome holdout. GG is called. What a finale. A 66-minute long, over an hour, epic ultra late game between two of the top teams of the entire tournament. What a well-played match. GG, if ever there was one. My goodness.
Battle ended.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, commanders, commandettes, and everybody in between, I appreciate you each and all for coming out here today and enjoying the show. Thanks a ton for supporting Bar Nation Wars. It's a long-standing effort that I think we're all happy to have finally up and running in another season. I am humbled to be here to host, and I appreciate you coming along for the ride with me, and I hope you had a wonderful time. I will see you in the next one. Tomorrow we'll be carrying on, picking up where this bracket left off. I will not be your host, unfortunately, but I will be there in spirit. And you guys will be taken well care of. I'm certain that there are going to be some bangers of some games. I don't know if they're going to top that one, though. That was a insane match. That was, I mean, beyond all reason kind of a match, for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Brightworks, signing off. Feel free to check me out on YouTube and Twitch and all that good stuff as well. And don't forget, of course, to like this stream to help propagate Beyond All Reason throughout the interwebs as a thing that people might enjoy for the very first time and get addicted to, like I know all the rest of us are. And I hope you have a fabulous rest of your day, and I hope to see you again in the very next match of Beyond All Reason. Peace out, everybody.